Good morning, 4-H members. We're getting close to starting the day, starting off the Richland County Fair Market Show. The opening ceremony is in approximately 10 minutes in the show ring. So 8 o'clock sharp, we'll have opening ceremonies in the show ring, followed by Market Pig Show at 8:15. So, yes, every 4-H member should be at the opening ceremony. It's going to be a busy day, so please try to keep your stall areas clean. Clubs that are on cleaning duty today. Trash duty is Yellowstone Valley, Sidewalks, Richland Aces. So please don't forget about your cleaning duties today.
Today.
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Back for the week, huh?
Yeah. Back for another crazy week. Well, some of how many little kids staff you with your kids today.
Hey, yeah. Morning, girls. Good.
You're thinking. Great. The girls loved it.
Caramel rolls were delicious. Amelia just had one of them. She's the last one to get one. And it's already so hot in her that tinted. They put everything inside of it. Her meat has to come off.
I moved, but I didn't move
Yeah, the bruise or the spot kind of came together. It's just short of like, so it's like really purple. But if it's went to bed last night, it gets like less than that. It's swollen, but it's for Stacy, she's probably still over the for
She is, yeah.
I'm going to attempt to wrap it because she doesn't want to bend it. Yeah.
How are you? I haven't seen your hair straight like this. Oh, this is deep.
Few minutes, we'll have opening ceremonies. So exhibitors with handfuls will start making their way to the ring. And 4-H members make their way to the show area. And we'll keep this show on the road. Okay, we would like to welcome everybody to the 2026 Richland County Fair and Rodeo. We'll start today with all the market and breeding shows. Before we get started with the shows, we'll have an opening ceremony here with the Pledge of Allegiance and the 4-H flag. 4-H pledge. So, if you move your cover. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, exhibitors, for bringing these animals out. We'll start off the market show with market swine at 8:15, so a few minutes. So market swine exhibitors, flight 1, be getting ready. Approximately 10 minutes to showtime. Flight 2, be thinking about it. Also, a couple announcements. There's some free water over here in a cooler for anybody. Sponsored by Richland County Farm Bureau Federation. So please help yourself to the water. And thank you to Richland County Farm Bureau for providing that. The 4-H Ambassadors is also doing a contest where you be the judge. So it costs $5 per species, and you pick the winners. There will be some information over here by the office here under the tent to pick up ballots for that judging. That has to be turned in end of the species show. So how can we turn it before the end of the market hog show? Sheep for sheep, goats for goats. So if you want to try your hand at being the judge, it'll only cost you $5. But you don't get a say in the official judge's decision. Flight 1, market hogs, please be arriving at the holding area. Flight 1.
Ooh, that looks good. We'll find out. Yeah.
Okay, welcome to the Richland County Market Swine Show. Starting with flank 1, we have Ryder Williams, Briella Huber, Jonathan Frisk, Lily Simula, Adeline Elbrew, Eden Hazen, Edward Frisk, Barrett Jorgensen.
Morning.
Yeah, because I stay out of the farm. Yeah.
No, I can. He said I'll be back. Oh, the big TV. Yes.
What's that? It's going to be out of here pretty soon. Yeah. About 20 minutes. Or it would be 20 minutes. You're getting worse and worse in your old age. Huh? Okay. That bright light. You guys sleep good last night? Sleep good?
It's up there.
I got up 3 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Man, I woke up I didn't want to be back to bed. Uh-huh. Was it?
Well, good morning. I hope we're all excited. I know I am. I'm excited for the opportunity to be here. Excited for the opportunity to work through some of the livestock today and to work with the young people in the same breath. Just the ring management, so you guys know where I'm at. We will pin some, and I'm still going to talk to those hogs to all of you, just from an organization kind of perspective. We'll pin some. I'll talk to these ones out here, and then we'll bring these ones out as I start to talk to them, just so you guys know clear which ones I'm talking about, so you don't maybe miss the opportunity to listen to your kid get described or their project get described. The 4 that I left out, I think, are all very, very good. And we're going to have 2 purple ribbons in this class. We won't necessarily place them 1 through 9 or 1 through 8, regardless of how many we have. We'll get purples, blues, and reds as I kind of see fit there. There's 2 in this particular ring that I think fit the bill for me from a market hog kind of fundamental standpoint, being opened up, good-bodied and muscular, and yet still have some kind of extras in terms of either look from the side or bone. The first one for me that's going to be a purple ribbon is a young man with his calico barrow over here in the dark plaid shirt. I like that one a good deal, just coming right at you. That one's big chested, that one's good in terms of his cage and density from blade to hip. And then you get behind that one, it's still good in terms of its pin set, I think squareness to the ground. If you wanted to modify that one, it's starting to work up right there between its shoulder blades in terms of its chine bone. We could slam that chine bone down, but I think that's being critical in a hog. That for me is fundamentally very, very good. Young lady's Belted barrow is going to be the other callback in this class. Now, I like some pieces of this barrel, particularly from its hip forward. I like that one's height to shoulder and extension. That one's very pliable and big in terms of its center body. Still reads right in terms of its shape on the top side of its skeleton. Where would you change that one, or where would you modify it? Young lady, that one's hip and hind leg at times we could change. It gets a little shorter and rounder in terms of its hip. I think because of that, at times it can read a little more uncoordinated in terms of how it handles its hind leg. But hock up and hip forward, I still think there's plenty of good in terms of that pig to receive a purple.
Test. All right, we're back in action.
Young man Blue Pig on the far side. Young man, you've done some really, really good things with this pig. I think in terms of feeding this one, its back shape is outstanding. Okay. In terms of composition, this one's very, very good. And I thought, for me, you're right on the edge. If you're going to go blue or do you get a call back? I wish this thing's hip and hind leg operated just different. I think that one gets a little round in terms of its hip. Maybe doesn't handle its hind leg as well. I think on top of that, that one's just a little more fragile in terms of its bone work relative to its massive thigh. It's got this big old back. It's a little smaller just in terms of foot and bone. If we could change just a couple of things, and I think the job you've done in terms of feeding that hog, I think is very, very good. So my compliments to you. I think very deserving of a blue ribbon in that category. Young man with the kind of saddle back hog or black-handed pig here, that's directly in front of me now. I read that one just very practical in terms of its height and kind. I like that one's range of motion and flexibility. That one's deep-sided and has an easy feeding look to it. When we get right on top of the hogs or studying going away, I don't know if we have the same bulk and squareness of shape on the backside of that one's shoulder. I wish we could freshen that one up and give it just a shot more power, but I still think that one's very practical, just in terms of its feet and legs. It has a very easy feeding look. That young man will receive a blue ribbon in this particular class. My compliments to him. A young lady that comes out next with her belted on here, I think one that in terms of percent lean and cutability is actually going to be very good. Is this one just a little bit raw today in terms of a finish standpoint? I would say yes. This one's a little harder and just tighter in terms of its center body shape. That one wants to close up. In terms of its lower skeleton, from a muscularity standpoint, I still think that one's going to be good on the rail from a cutability and percent lean kind of perspective. Where it's going to land maybe on some of those other traits, just from a finish standpoint, maybe we could question. Still think that one has enough muscle and just true shape to be receiving a blue ribbon in this particular class. Young man that comes out next. Another one that, man, I think from a proportionality standpoint, this one is interesting to me because I like its height to shoulder, length to back. That one has some extension there ahead of its blade. Again, probably just gets a little too raw there in the center portion of its body. Wants to taper to the lower part of its rib and doesn't read maybe as opened up on the bottom side of its skeleton. But I like some pieces of that one. Again, that young man will be receiving a blue ribbon. Young lady that comes out next, and honestly, we can let out both of these Berkshire Mark hogs because I think they kind of fit the same mold. Both of them have muscle shape. I think both of these young ladies have done a nice job. The young lady with the glasses, your pig, has some spread and dimension on the top side of its skeleton. Actually, a lot of shape in terms of its cam and lower stifle. Gets a little too tight in terms of its spine. Wants to get up and kind of work up in terms of its top line. We could change that about that particular hog. And again, just make that one just a bit bolder and softer in terms of its center body shape. Young lady with the other Berkshire Mark hog, very lean and very expressive. Again, another one that I think from a cutability kind of perspective or percent lean is going to be very good. Again, we could open that one up down low in terms of its lower skeleton. We could make that one just softer and more pliable in terms of its cage or rib cage, but still a very nice hog. Both of these ladies are going to be receiving blue ribbons. If you guys will please give this group of kids a nice round of applause.
Callback for Flight 1. Ryder Williams and Alan Everett. It'll be a good time to announce our ring man. We got the one and only Jeffrey Nagel on the pick board there. Escorting that hog out of the ring. Always does a fine job. Looks good too. And Toby Johnson.
Yeah.
Into the ring, Flight 2, Marcus Swine. We have Valerie Van Every, Isaac Timothy, Aspen Nagel, Presley Watts, Jack Brewer, Zoe Burns, Rylan Watts, Dallas Brown, Ava Brewer. 4-H Club, do not forget your cleaning duties today. Sidewalks is Richland Aces. Trash is Yellowstone Valley. If you're just arriving, we have a You Be the Judge contest down here. There's cards down here under the canopy. For $5 per species, you can pick the winners. Anybody can join in. Just come down. Josh here will take care of you.
Yeah.
Well, maybe took just an extra minute on this particular class because for me, there's a couple of few hogs that I think are right on the edge in terms of whether you give them a call back or not. And I'll kind of tell you throughout the day. It's one opinion. You can have yours. I certainly have mine, but I think all these hogs in here have some quality of some pieces, just depending on where kind of you put your selection pressure. We're going to have a few callbacks in this particular class. Young lady with the black gill that's directly ahead of me here. Just one amazing. I think that's a good kind of a pig. That one's opened up, good body, has some head shape from the top side of the skeleton. And you can study that one's length of skull and its maturity pattern. That one is just a little quicker, a little more compact and moderate. I think you can tell that by its kind of composition. I wish that one was more rolled up in terms of its shape up high. We could clean that one up at the base of its throat from a kind of composition perspective. I still think it's plenty good in that regard to be receiving a callback. Young lady with the blue bear that's directly ahead of me here. Again, one that's just very, very powerful in terms of its type and kind. Big chested, big back, stout hip. Again, is that one the neatest to look at ahead of its play? Probably not, but I still think that one gets out in motors with some range of motion and flexibility in combination with having some extra power and feature and stoutness. And so I like that one. A good deal to be a callback in this particular class. Young lady with her calico hog is going to be the third and final callback in this class. That one is the most rolled up just in terms of shape on the top side of the skeleton. Big in terms of its pin set and hip. That one does get just a little piecier in terms of its design. What do I mean by that? It's a little tighter at its hip-loin junction. That one could be just bolder right there on the front side of its rib cage. But just in terms of power and stoutness and width, I like that one a good deal. We could probably change that one's attitude, but young lady doing a good job sticking with that gill. That might or might not be in heat. Then there's a few that for me are a couple that I think are very close. And the first one I'm going to talk is the young man's blue mask hog here. Young man, you've done a phenomenal job being in shape and getting that one very good on the top side of its skeleton. I like that one spread and dimension on the back side of his shoulder. You study that one from the side, and then I wish we could just relax that one in terms of its angles, have that one get out and go with more flex. And what do I mean by that? Well, it gets a little more just vertical in the angle of its shoulder and blade. Doesn't take the longest stride up front, and I think ditto that in terms of its hip and hind leg construction. It's a little tighter in how it navigates out of its hip. Doesn't maybe have the same kind of cushion at the surface in terms of its rear foot. So I like that one in terms of its back shape. That's why you very easily get a blue. I wish we could change that one in terms of its feet and leg structure. Young lady in front of me is also going to be receiving a blue. And then kind of a similar story. Study this one on the top side of the skeleton. I think you're going to be impressed. I like that one spread and shape and density from leg to hip. Young lady's done a very good job keeping that one fresh on the top side of the skeleton. It's as that pig is going away where I get just a little more disappointed in terms of its shape and width to the surface. That one wants to fade in the lower part of its ham and stifle, wants to read just a shot more closed up in terms of its lower skeleton. Hit forward, not positive. Wish we could change that view going away. But a very nice job of that young lady. Young lady in the pink shirt with her belted gill, going to be a blue from a carcass perspective. That one's big back, ripped up in terms of shape. Structurally, that one needs to be better out of its hip and hind leg. Just gets too outside of itself. It needs to handle its rear skeleton just a shot better. But man, that one is very opened up, very big in terms of its shape out of the top side of its skeleton. The young man with the Yorkshire Mark hog that comes out next, very practical kind of a hog. In my opinion, this one is better in terms of its hip and hind leg relative to the one that I just talked. That one's squareness of build I think is acceptable. It's when you get right on top of them where I question maybe this skill just from a muscularity standpoint. Is that one as bold or as square out of the top side of the skeleton? Probably not. Does that one match the added power relative to a couple? Probably not. But young man, you picked a good project because that one's feet and legs are still good. That one's still, I think, a very practical kind of a hog there. Young man that comes out next. This one does have just more muscle shape relative to that York. What hurts you or what gets you picked maybe in this particular class, and just take a step off and study that one from the side. It just gets too round up by the end of its skeleton. It's too far forward in the angle of his shoulder. Wants to get up in his spine and then round at his hip. Young man, he's done a good job in terms of getting one that's muscular and opened up. And I wish we could just relax that one up by the end of its skeleton. But a very, very good job. Still think from a carcass perspective, that one fits into the blue category very well for me. Young man that comes out next. This one for me just needs to have more width and more shape and just more body. On the top side of its skeleton, I wish that one was fresher. You can see it's starting to work up in its chine bone. Going away, that one wants to close up and read a little flatter, just right there in terms of its ham. And so I get maybe concerned from a rawness standpoint and how much muscularity we have on that one. I still think very easily a red ribbon for me. So congratulations to you, young man, for a very job well done.
Good. How are you guys?
Exhibitors, remember once you leave the show ring to go get your picture taken from the backdrop over there. All market animals leaving the show ring need to get their picture taken. Callbacks from Flight 2. Valerie Van Every, Aspen Nagel, Zoe Burns. Into the ring now, Flight 3, we have Bo Becker, Gentry Rauschendorfer, Jake Schlottauer, Grayson Borders, Bowden Jorgensen, Percy Iverson, Brooklyn Brown, Cooper Brown.
I took her so just anticipate.
Well, another really nice kind of a class here. You're going to have two callbacks in this drive, or this class of them. Young man with the cowboy hat, the kind of off-belted, narrow-belted bear that's directly ahead of me. I like that one a good deal. That's kind of a boxy, moderate, short back kind of a hog. And I don't mind that because I think it gives that one some extra spread and dimension up high. That one's very broad in terms of its back shape. That one's big hit. You study that one coming and going. It's still very opened up in terms of its lower skeleton. It still gets out and goes, I think, with enough flex and give and range of motion for this particular judge. So I like that one a good deal. Congratulations to that young man. The other young man with the gilt, the kind of chromed up belted gilt, directly in front of me will also be receiving a callback. And very similar kind of a reason there, I guess. Fundamentally for me, market hog's got to be opened up, good bodied and muscular. And that one just checks those boxes. You know, is that one the heaviest duty? Just in terms of maybe its ankle and foot? Maybe not. Is that one just the most, maybe just lucid? And how it navigates out of its hip? No, but I still read that one is square to the surface. And I think for that one's added power and width, that one for me fits into that purple category very, very well. And then we transition to me into blue ribbons. A young man with the kind of all predominantly white gilt that's directly ahead of me. I like that one. If you study it right there at the back side of his shoulder, congratulations to you. That one reads right in terms of its muscularity. Because when you step in behind them, that one does read just a little flatter and wants to close up in terms of its lower skeleton, or maybe you get sifted down into that blue ribbon deal, but still a job well done on that particular pig. Young lady with the blue barrel that's kind of up against the fence right here. Hey, you've done a nice job with that hog. And I think that one, to me, reads very practical and easy feeding just in terms of its depth of body and looseness of structure. That one from the side maybe just reads a shot more clean. And what do I mean by that? Well, its neck ties in a little lower. That one could be just that much pressure on the top side of its skeleton in terms of its shape. And I think ditto that when we start studying that one's lower hand. So I want to freshen that one up ever so slightly, but a very practical, easy feeding kind of a hog for sure. Young man with this Duroc is going to be receiving a blue ribbon, and to be honest, I like this. I like a lot of parts and pieces, young man, of this Duroc pig. This thing's opened up. It's got a lot of dimension there from blade to hip. Tremendously stout in terms of its hip, and I wish from the side we could clean this one up in terms of its composition. Study that one's jowl, and it's getting a little just maybe wastier in terms of its jowl and lower body shape. We can freshen that one up. I think compositionally it feels like that mark off. So man, that's just a product-driven, product-oriented kind of hog. I like that one to be a blue. Young man on the far side with your belted gilt, another one that from a percent lean kind of perspective, I think is going to do very good. That one's got the right kind of shape on the top side of the skeleton, still plenty of shape in terms of its lower ham and stifle. Study that one off either end. We could relax it in terms of its angles, make that one just busted open at the surface, but still from a muscularity perspective, I think that one fits into the blue ribbon category very easily for me. Young man that comes out of the gate here with this kind of narrow-belted, off-belted hog, I think, again, very similar to the one I just talked. Percent lean, muscularity still reads right. And that one's just a little raw today in terms of its center body shape. It's a little drier and a little flatter in terms of its rib. But I like that one's muscularity. That's why you'll be receiving a blue. Young man that comes out next is the almost perfect kind of mark here. This one obviously is converted feed very efficiently. It's gained. I think it's practical in terms of its feet and legs. I get concerned maybe from a penability perspective or a percent lean just with that one's muscularity. That's why you get down into the red ribbon category for me. I'll be honest, this client on the rail, I've graded a lot of them. These are the ones that probably make me look just a little dumb because their marbling and color score and wetness will be very, very good based on the visual indicators today in terms of muscularity. That's why you get slid down into the red category. But congratulations to you, young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause, if you will, please.
Callbacks from Flight 3, Bo Becker, Gentry, Rauschendorfer. Now, Flight 4, Summer Lane, Clara Alvin, Henry Maurer, Felix Becker, Brinley McNally, Braylon Johnson, Cassandra Ryman, Ryder Sarda, Madeline Johnson. Reminder for exhibitors, once you leave the showroom, take your books, you need your picture taken at the backdrop.
Oh my goodness.
Wine and lamp bar.
Actually, we're good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think a very interesting kind of drive here. I think a very consistent set of hogs. They're all going to be blue ribbons. So I think there's some quality in here. Only going to be one callback, and I'm going to break them down and talk to you about them because I think there's some interesting parts and pieces. The one callback will be the young lady's belted gilt in the black shirt here. I like that one a good deal. I think from the side, that one's silhouette and presence, still reads with some quality. Good job, young lady. With that kind of presence from the side, I think it's opened up, monstrous in terms of back shape up high, and in terms of pin width in this drive. If you wanted to change that one, its left rear hog is just a little interesting. I still think that one navigates with enough range of motion for as much stoutness and power as it has. That one's handling junction and left rear hog we could modify. We changed the blue ribbons from there, and I think honestly a lot of pigs that are very, very close. The next one I'm going to talk is the young man in the purple shirt with this kind of blue brow gilt here. Hawk up and hip forward, young man. This thing's got some really, really cool pieces, right? This thing's big in terms of its forearm, bull-bladed, wide-chested, big back, and that description has been a lot of callbacks. So maybe your question, well, why does he get a blue instead of a purple? Young man, it's when I get it behind the hogs. If this one's hawk, this needs to be modified. It's getting too coarse and too much fluid and swelling in terms of its hawk, and I want to see that thing get out and go with more flexibility. I want to clean that one up in terms of its hind leg. But man, there's some really, really interesting pieces. I can certainly see why you would have bought that one to use as a project because I like a lot of the pieces on that particular gilt. Young lady's Duroc is also going to be a blue ribbon. That one's got some lean shape up high. That one's flexible in terms of its feet and legs. I like that one's length of hip and length of stride. You get behind them and you ask yourself, does that one just have enough in terms of spread and dimension to receive a blue? Is that one opened up enough in terms of its lower skeleton? But I still think from the petability perspective, that one fits the bill awfully nice for me. Really interesting barrow here that we have in the white belted hog. I like that one's height to shoulder, length to back. That one's square to the ground. It just, man, I wish it had just more to it, young lady. When we get right on top of it, that one's full rib shape and just overall mass and dimension. I wish there was just a little bit more, but you've done a really good job with that particular pig. My compliments to you. Young man with the chromed up area here, man, that's a product driven son of a gun. Opened up, big body, muscular, gets a little cleaner when you study it from the side, and a little rounder off either end of its skeleton. You want to see that one get out and go with just more flex and more athleticism. We can clean that one up, I think, just a hair from a composition perspective. But man, you chose a really, really product-driven hog to be your project this year. My compliments to you. Young lady with the belted gilt, a little different type and kind that we had in this one relative to the one we just talked. This one's lean, high cutability, fresh in terms of its shape up high. Again, I'm big on views, and I think going away or coming at you, this one gets a little more closed up, a little flatter in terms of its rib cage and design as you study right behind its shoulder. But man, young lady, that's still a good looking kind of pig that you fed in terms of being fresh very, very well. As we start letting them out the gates here, young lady that comes out next with the black-headed hog, again, product driven, opened up, has a lot of spread and dimension. Man, I wish this one got out and moved just a little better for me. Still think that's a good corpus kind of a hog. That's why you get a blue. This one gets some swelling in terms of its hog. Doesn't want to get up and go with enough flexibility. But man, that one is very, very product driven in that regard. Young lady that comes out next, one that does read, just cleaner jointed relative to what we just talked, level in terms of its top line. Again, I want that one to be more opened up down below and just bolder right down the front side of its rib cage, but still a very good, high quality kind of a pig. Really interesting one that we have that comes out next. This thing's height to shoulder. Young lady, you've done a phenomenal job presenting this pig. I know showmanship is more about. I wanted to compliment you on that today. I like that one's height to shoulder, length to back, and just overall proportion. I think read right. Man, that one needs to be powered up, coming and going in order to kind of get up into that purple ribbon category, but still has some very, very high quality pieces. Very nice group of kids. Let's give them a round of applause here.
Call back from Flight 4, Brentley McNally. Into the ring now, we have Flight 5, Ava Jorgensen, Kenley Peters, Camden Johnson, Avery Johnson, Dale Vershoe, Gunnar Wagner, Steph Sparks, Macy Sparks.
Thank you. But he's one of them that was born on the perfect date of October 3rd. All great kids. There you go. Get it back. How's your grandpa doing? Can you come up on yourself? Yeah, I'm glad he's not done. He's pretty active man for a day.
Hello this morning. Hello. Now you smile.
Well, I'll read you 4 or 5 times when I talk to you. What do you think? So let me tell you a story about that. Oh yeah, he's a hoot. I enjoy the hell out of he is. Big personality. Good guy. He might have left one day to go with the board.
Well, another nice group of hogs here. And we're going to have one callback in this particular drive. Young lady with your blue mask parrot directly ahead of me here. Congratulations to you. You know what, I think I probably had some litter mates to this hog that might have been blue ribbon, so maybe you ask yourself, why does this one get a purple instead of a blue? Well, study this one coming right at you. That thing is broad-chested, big back, good looking, very dense whenever you study it from blade to hip, and yet still handles its hind leg. I think with enough squareness, is that one maybe just the heaviest feature, the biggest footed? Probably not, but I still think it's good or acceptable in that regard relative to its shape up high, and yet still handles its hind leg with enough squareness for me to go ahead and get a call back, because I think there's a tremendous amount of positives when you study that one. Just hit forward. I like that one a good deal to be a purple ribbon. Young man here with the melted barrel is going to be receiving blue. And another one of those kinds that to me is very product driven. That thing's opened up. That thing has some rib shape and some muscularity on the top side of the skeleton. Good just for duck market on. Structurally, or study that one from the side, young man, we could change a couple of things. It's getting a little more vertical in the angle of its blade, a little rounder in terms of its hip. I want to extend that one off either end of its skeleton. We can clean it up in its gland, albeit that's kind of just an aesthetic thing. Structurally, we could modify that one. Still a very good kind of a product-driven hog, if you will. Young man's Duroc here is going to be a blue. I like that one spread and shape and freshness and muscularity. That one's too closed up at the surface, too flat in terms of its rib shape. Still think that one will calculate from a percent lean kind of perspective on the right side of what we're at as an industry. Young lady's black gilt. I like some parts and pieces of that gilt. I think big in terms of its forearm, has some pliable kind of density to its cage. I like that about it. Young lady, we've just lost a little bit of shape on that one from a composition standpoint. Don't study the same groove on the backside of that one's blade. Don't know if that one's just as fresh right there when we get right on top of those hogs, but you've still done a very, very nice job with a good centered, square build kind of a gilt there to be receiving a blue. Young man, the cowboy hat that comes out, another very product-driven, opened up, tall shouldered, shapely kind of a hog here. I like this one's length of body and look and silhouette and presence from the side. And you get right on top of them or study and go away. That one does read more closed up and a little flatter in terms of its rib cage. If we can open that one up, make it bolder right there on the front side of its rib, young man's done a good job in terms of getting that one shown today. My compliments to him for a blue. Young lady that comes out next with the Berkshire Mark Hog, I like this one's just shape along the edge of its back. That was fresh right there along the edge of its loin. For me, this one gets a little tight in terms of its spine. You see it starting to get a little tighter in terms of how it handles its hip and handling junction there. We could also just snout that one up at the surface, but still a muscular kind of a pig to be in that particular spot. Very interesting kind of a blue pig that comes out next. Comes at you big chested, leads you big in terms of its upper pin set, lower end with stifle shape, breathes very, very good. Study that one from blade to hip, and it's surprising almost. I wish that one had more to it right there on the back side of its shoulder in terms of its rib shape. Then it gets a little outside of itself in terms of its hind leg. The young lady done a nice job. Congratulations for a blue ribbon in that project. Young lady that comes out next. I think this hog is going to be a good carcass hog, okay? Because it has spread and shape. There's still a groove down the center of its back. There's some muscularity in terms of its hand and stifle. You know, there's show judges out there that are going to tell you that one's too frail in terms of its bone work. It's too plain in its look from the side. From a carcass perspective, I think that one is still very on target for where we're at as an industry. That's why you receive a blue ribbon, in my opinion. That one does need to be stouter and just more opened up. I think in this particular kind of day, in order to move up in class, but my compliments to you, young lady, for a good kind of a hog there. Let's give them a nice round of applause if you will.
Callback from plate 5 is Avery Johnson. Entering
Oh, did you? I didn't see that. I didn't get a picture. Oh. Today's Sunday. Oh, sure it is. Two and a half weeks. 50 years. I was 2 when I turned. Oh, thank you. It's a good crew down there. Yeah, good for a long time. Right?
Another really good kind of a class. We're going to have 2 callbacks in this drive. A young lady with her blue kind of spotted hog that's driving away from me will be the first one. And in my opinion, this hog, I think, does a lot of things right. Just in terms of being a genuine market hog, that one's opened up, square chested, awesome in terms of its shape up high. It still gives you, I think, a good enough look there from the side in terms of just its proportions and balance. I like that one a good deal. You know, in a perfect world, for me, we could make that one just tighter in its lower belly line, give it more just of an athletic look, if you will, in terms of its center body shape. But I like that one from just a raw kind of power perspective. Again, that one still gets out, gets out and goes with some added flexibility. One that I was on the fence about, but young lady, you won me over here towards the end, because I think this hog has some real genuine positives. There's a young lady right here in front of me with a narrow belted gill. She'll be receiving a callback. This one just fundamentally is opened up. That one's good body. That one's got some spread and shape. You know, it's from the side where maybe I question a couple things. That one's getting just a little thicker in terms of its throat. It's getting maybe just a little deeper in terms of its body, which almost throws off its balance and proportion there from the side. Maybe not the stoutest or heaviest featured one that we use, but I still think fundamentals-wise, that one's opened up. That one's got rib shape. That one's got muscularity. Still gets out and goes with some reach and flex off either end of its skeleton. That's why you receive a purple ribbon or a callback for me, young lady. Congratulations to you. Young lady with the off-belted bear directly here in front of me. Probably one of the more interesting kind of pigs that we have in this drive. Hawk up, hip forward, study that one, and I like that one a ton, young lady. That one's huge chested, big in its forearm, great in terms of its shape on the top side of its skeleton. It doesn't get out and go with enough flex, with enough reach. I asked her if it maybe got hurt or injured in terms of its hind leg. I need to see that one get out and move with more flexibility. Hawk up, hip forward, man, I think that one's very good. That one's just a little hurt or just way too hesitant in terms of its hind leg step. A young lady with her Duroc, one that certainly is more flexible than the one we just talked. I like that one's levelness at the top. For me, it's going away. That one just gets a shot plainer in terms of its shape up high. Want to make that one bolder, fresher, and bulkier whenever we study it from blade to hip. Young man with his narrow belted gill, also receiving a blue ribbon. She's starting to maybe just get a little cranky, but you're doing a good job. Opened up and muscular. For me, that one gets a little tighter in terms of its ham-loin junction. You can see it get pinched right there as it ties into its ham. Maybe it doesn't handle its hind leg just as effectively as what I'd like to see. But I think in terms of carcass quality, that one very easily fits into that blue ribbon category for me. Young man with the blue mask dog here. Man, that one's height to shoulder, I think is very, very good. So it can give you some intriguing looks there from the side. Going away, that one wants to close up. And today, it just reads a little drier and a little plainer whenever you study it from blade to hip. Or like I said, from the side, I think that one can give you some awfully good looks. As we start letting them out the gates here, excuse me. Young lady with the narrow belted hog. I think one that still reads very practical in terms of its type and kind and feet and leg quality. This gets a little plainer in terms of its shape. When we study it on the back side of its shoulder, still a blue ribbon, so I think it's got enough from a carcass quality kind of perspective. But in order to maybe get that next level, I want to see that one just more opened up and just denser there on the top side of its skeleton. So young lady, congratulations to you on a blue ribbon. Young lady that comes out next, the kind of cheetah print hog or spotted up gill, if you will. One that's obviously converted very efficiently. That hog's gained very well. Larger scale, kind of taller print hog. You know, I question the amount of muscularity on this one, young lady. That one's getting a little rounder in terms of its shape. I don't study the same groove down that one's fine. From that perspective and percent lean kind of perspective, that's why you fit into the red ribbon category for me. Still a good kind of project that's gained efficiently, large scale, and I think there's some practicality with that. I just just want to see more muscularity on that particular gill. That's the Duroc that let's give those kids a round of applause there at the end.
Callback from flight 6. Cree McNally, David Sarda. Moving into flight 7, which is the final flight in the Market Hog Show. Shaylee Iverson, Olivia Ryman, Jude Faulkner, Harper Nagel, Oliver Becker, Molly Alvin, Doug Rabine, Jason Mallett. If you want to participate into You Be the Judge, you have to have your card turned in before the final drive, which will be the next class. So the last class, we will have the final drive following. If you're a callback, you will need to be heading to the show ring, into the holding area at this time. For callbacks, we have Ryder Williams, Adeline Elberud, Mallory Van Every, Aspen Nagel, Zoe Burns, Bo Becker, Gentry Rauschendorfer, Brimley McNally, Avery Johnson, Cree McNally, David Sarda.
Yeah, right.
Well, it might save faster. We could afford to much as I hate to we need we actually need
Well, another good kind of a class here. And the first callback we're going to give is to the young lady with the narrow belted or off belted heel directly here ahead of me. I'll be the first to admit, young lady, that thing ahead of its blade is not the prettiest one in here. And just in terms of its skull shape and how its neck ties in, but I think from its blade back, I like that gives a good deal because it's got the right kind of shape and spread and dimension there on the top side of the skeleton. I still read that one with enough looseness of structure and range of motion off either end. So to me, that's just a good kind of a market hog. Yeah, aesthetically, we could make that one better in terms of its skull shape and neck and how that ties into its blade. But fundamentally, I think that one's a good enough kind of a market hog to be a purple ribbon for me. To be honest with you, the one that I was really on the fence about and probably took an extra little bit of time studying is the young lady's blue barra. Hip hawk up and hip forward. I like that one an awfully good deal. That one's chest and skull shape is actually better than the one we just talked. That one's right in terms of its shape and spread. That one for me, it does read shorter and rounder in terms of its hip design. It doesn't handle its hind leg as maybe as effective as I'd like to see. It wants to pull its hawk in, read more restricted in that regard. You know, depending on where you draw the line, I guess, is kind of where you want to set that one. For me, I think it's good enough in terms of its hip and hind leg in combination with its positive hip forward to be a purple ribbon. So congratulations to you, young lady. I do want to see that one modified in terms of its rear skeleton. I guess that one's on the right side of acceptable for me to be a purple today. A young man at this Duroc will be the first of the blues that we give in this particular class. Man, big, product-driven, kind of true to breed strengths of being just a high-growth, productive kind of a hog, opened up. So why does it get a blue instead of a purple? We'll study that one on the top side of its skeleton. We don't see the same kind of groove or the same kind of shape. That one's probably just got a little extra composition or extra fat on it today. Still a good kind of a product-driven hog. Just want to see that one just a shot fresher when we get right on top of it. The other Duroc, kind of a 180, if you will. This one is leaner. This one is trimmer. That one's got some cutability because it has some shape and muscularity. Probably just a little too raw. As we study that one's center body shape, gets a little flatter and a little harsher in that regard. Want to see that one just right apart and opened up off either end of its skeleton. The young lady done a nice job with that particular barrel. Still think that one reads right in terms of its shape. Young man at this blue gilt here, kind of similar story. That one's just a little raw in my opinion from a cover kind of aspect. That was a little harsher in terms of its forerib. It's tighter in its ham-loin junction. And again, we could just make that one softer and more pliable when we study it from blade to hip. That one's awesome in terms of its muscularity and from a percent lean kind of perspective. You need to see that one just a bit softer. Young lady with her blue gilt that's up against the fence there. That one has actually some width and some dimensions. That one does read just a shot plainer when we study it from the side. That one does get just a little tighter right there in its ham-loin junction. And how its neck ties in, we can modify. So just some little things that I think we could change on that pig. Fundamentally, I still think there's some genuine positives of that particular hog. Well, this pig wanted to get out, and that's all right. Shane wanted to get out and stretch. Young man, you've done a nice job with this pig. Large scale, easy feeding. It's gained, I think, very, very well. Today, in terms of muscularity, I don't study the same group down that one's top, and it's getting a little jiggly almost in terms of its lower body. You see that? From a composition standpoint, I question where that one will land in terms of percent lean and yield. And so that's why you get slid down into the red ribbon category for me, just from a muscularity kind of perspective. Like I said earlier, it's these kinds of hogs that always make me look dumb, because that thing could be good marbled and have good color and all those things. But based on visual indicators, that's where you land for me today. But congratulations to you on a red ribbon. Young lady that comes out next with the belted hog there, this one is leaner and trimmer and has some shape. Man, I wish coming and going, young lady, this one was just more opened up and just bolder, kind of wherever you study it, still right from a composition perspective, so you still fit into that blue category for me. Just want to see that one just more opened up and giving a shot more power. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause here at the end.
Callbacks from flight 7. Harper Nagel, Molly Albert. Okay, we are moving into the final drive, the grand drive for the Market Hawk Show. So callbacks. Ryder Williams, Madeline Elbrood, Mallory Van Everett, Aspen Nagel, Zoe Burns, Bo Becker, Gentry Rauschendorfer, Brentley McNally, Avery Johnson, Bree McNally, Avon Sarda, Harper Nagel, Molly Albert. Eaters line need to be heading to the loading area. You have a feeder pig. Please get into the loading area. Breeding flying. Field Thunder 1 will be directly after that.
So we can go ahead and just let the pigs rest for just a moment here. I know it's getting warmer, so I'll try to keep it brief for my comments relatively condensed. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say that thank you for letting me come out. Thank you to the Fair Board for having me. I think of it as an opportunity. Every time I get to come judge a county fair, I enjoy it. I hope you guys enjoy having me. The pigs have been very, very good. I think throughout the day, I thought the quality of this show was very, very nice. I thought ring help and how they managed that, I thought was very effective. Make sure to thank the people that put these deals on, and I'm going to reiterate that throughout the day on the other species. It takes a lot of work, okay? Sometimes that can be a thankless job, so make sure that people behind the scenes, you go shake their hand, and you exhibitors, make sure that you're thanking those people. If they're not here, it's hard to have a show. As far as the kids, they've been awesome to work with, pleasant, professional, how they've conducted themselves. And like I said, I think the pigs look very, very good. If I reiterated anything today, I hope it was skeletal width, rib shape, and muscularity. And for me, that is kind of the fundamental aspect of market animals: width, rib shape, muscle, and composition. To me, all these hogs fit that bill to some effect or to some degree in terms of being opened up, good-bodied, muscular kinds of hogs that are still right in terms of their composition. I'm going to go out and I'd like to probably break down more pigs. It's getting hot. These pigs maybe don't want to cooperate just the same. So I'm going to go out and select you a champion in reserve. I'll tell you, there's a trio of them that I am going to talk because I think that trio is very close in my opinion. That's not to take away from the other exhibitors. But I'm going to tell you guys in no particular order the three that I have in mind or the three that I'm probably liking the most. In no particular order, a young lady with her belted yoke directly in front of me. I like some parts and pieces of that one. That thing is opened up, awesome in terms of back shape, stout in terms of its feature. I don't mind that one's look from the side and how that one proportions. Is that one's hip and hind leg good enough? Is probably the question that you ask. That one gets a little tighter right there in the chamoing junction. Doesn't want to maybe just navigate out of the side leg with his athleticism. But man, hog up and hip forward. I like a lot of parts and pieces of that hog. Young lady with her blue mask hog that's directly in front of me. Talked that one in class as being the big chested, broad back, tense cage kind of a hog. Man, I like that one, young lady. Hip forward a ton. Now on that one, it wants to pull its hog in ever so slightly. We can stout that one up in terms of its rear ankle as it goes away in order to match its massive high. But then you get that one from the side, and I still think all the parts and pieces fit on that particular hog. That one for me is certainly right there in contention. And then the young lady with her kind of blue spotted hog here, opened up, big in terms of its back shape. Get its squareness to build, I still think it's acceptable. If we were getting ultra critical, I know we talked that one's just lower belly line. We could probably change how that one pushes, plants, and drives out of its rear toe. That's being awfully critical, I think, on that one. I still think its range of motion and flexibility are good, especially when you consider how much stoutness, feature, and power that one possesses in one kind of complete package. So those three are kind of the ones that elevate in my mind. I thought all these hogs looked awfully good. I know it's getting warm out. I'm going to put the mic down and go select a grand and then a reserve. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, if you will, please.
Grand champion market all for the reserve champion, Avery Johnson.
That was somewhat a video we saw for your picks in the That is true. I feel much better about it. Go out today. See you later.
All right. See you.
Into the ring, we have Peter Swine, Briar Hansen, Kenty Nagel, Chase Fireland. We need breeding swine to the holding area, gilt under 1. Kenty Peters, Bree McNally, Bo Becker, Briar Hansen, Haven Sarda.
So feeder hog class here, and so obviously hogs that are at a different stage maybe in life and still need to do some growing and gaining in order to reach kind of an optimum endpoint, if you will. And I think a nice set of hogs that all have some differences. You know, there's some muscularity differences, width differences, look differences, even within maybe the top pair, the top 2, as I see them. I'm going to, just kind of talk about the hogs and I tell you who my champion in reserve is. In no particular order, young lady with her black gilt, the heaviest muscle, biggest back hog in this trio. I like that one in terms of its height to shoulder and look. Young lady, you do a good job showing that one, and I think that highlights the fact that that one is tall fronted and extended ahead of its shoulder, and yet still reads with a lot of shape there on the backside of its blade. Obviously that one is still green in terms of its composition, which I think is fine. That one does get just a little more restricted off either end of its skeleton. We could relax that one in its blade, level it out of its hip, just have it go with more just flex and range of motion off either end. But man, there's some really intriguing kind of pieces as you start to break that game down. Good man's kind of narrow to Barra. I think very solid kind of mistake. I like that one range of motion more than the one we just talked. That one's more relaxed in the angle of its blade and sets to its knee. That one's looser in terms of its hip and hind leg construction. Does that one match just in terms of muscularity relative to the one we just talked about? Probably not. Is that one as bold in the turn to its forerib as what we consider ideal? Probably not. But still has some shape. Still reads like just a very, very good, solid kind of a market hog. So my compliments to that young man. The Hereford Marked Hog, one that for me looks like it's going to gain, looks like it's going to grow. If you study that one for its length of cannon, length of skull, and maturity pattern, I think that'll be an easy feeding kind of a barrow for the young man. And so has some genuine positives for some practicality that we can associate with that. He hit right on top of him. I don't know if that one matches maybe from a muscularity kind of perspective. I don't study the same kind of groove down that one's top. Towards it is opened up down low. But like I said, I think that's a barrow that's going to grow and that's going to feed for the young man. So I think a nice trio of hogs here that all have some differences, just in terms of muscularity, kind of being the forefront in terms of priorities for market hogs. I like the young lady's black hog to be your champion. Young man with the narrow belted barrel will be your reserve. Very good set. Let's give him a round of applause here.
Champion Peter Swine goes to Kenzie Nagel, reserve Briar Danson. Into the show ring now we have breeding swine, gilt under 1. Haven Starda, Briar Hansen, Cree McNally, Bo Becker.
Yeah, he's coming at us. So that's my niece. My niece. My sister and her husband. Yep, they do. Yep, they're starting to raise some.
We will have the Club 10 of 3 show following the breeding class. We will do the Club 10 of 3 in the yard. For the Club 10 of 3, we have Fairview, North Road Renegades, Three Buttes, Yellowstone Valley Trailblazers, Missouri River Ranchers, for some farmhands, for everybody. So please get your pigs ready and together and have the representative Hungry Club there to show them. This will just be in a few minutes. Please have your hogs ready.
Well, I think a really fun set of gilts that we have here, and only 4 of them, but I think quality in all aspects are some pieces that you can admire. I'm going to go through just like we did on those feeder hogs and just talk about them as individuals, and then I'll tell you my champion and reserve. So in no particular order, I'm just going to describe them to you. Young man's predominantly black gilt, one that just from a leanness and muscularity standpoint, probably EST in that regard. That's a big back, very, very big hits kind of a hog. As a gilt, that maybe question that one's just muscle pattern and how raw that one is, and then in combination with that, how that one maybe handles its hind leg. As a breeding female, I do maybe start to get a little concerned just from a structure standpoint and from a muscularity standpoint, but that one is kind of fun just in terms of how much shape that it does have. The Berkshire Bark gilt, one that breeds reliable in terms of its cage. I think breeds practical in terms of its feet and legs. Out here, is that the stoutest bone, boldest rib, most opened up gilt? Probably not. So maybe it doesn't have as many maybe unique breeding pieces, if you will, but that one still breeds fundamentally, I think, very practical in terms of its type and kind. Young lady's big gilt over here in the corner. You want to talk about stoutness of bone and density and just making them burly, powered up kind of females that still read feminine in terms of their muscle shape on the top side of their skeleton. That one still's got some range of motion and flexibility off either end. So a lot of good kind of parts and quality to that gilt. Where would you change it if you wanted to? Ever so slightly. It wants to maybe get weaker at times just in terms of its spine and how it ties right there into its hip. For as big hip as that gilt is, this is a minor thing. It could be bigger in terms of its vulva. I know in the show pig world, I don't know how much time we always spend studying some of that stuff, but just maybe a side note on that particular gilt. Good in terms of its underline, ultra stout in terms of its feature, ultra dense in terms of its kind. Still gets out and goes with some flexibility. Obviously some quality associated with that particular gilt. Young lady with her kind of swollen vulva gilt over here on the far side. Man, young lady from the side, there's a lot of things I like about that gilt. Height the shoulder, extension. I think that gilt reads very feminine in terms of its type and kind, and I like that. I mean, just in terms of its silhouette and presence there from the side, when we get right in behind them, is that one naturally just the roundest in terms of its rib shape, or the most opened up down low? Probably not, but I like some parts and pieces of that one in terms of its look and balance there from the side. So my compliments to you for that one. I think when we come back, we try to figure out, which one maybe just brings the most pieces to the table. For me, young lady directly ahead of me is going to be your grand champion. Young lady with her master gift is going to be reserved.
He just took 2 hours. And Mom and I both were like, I'm ready.
Grand champion, breeding swine. goes to Green McNally, reserve champion, Aiden Sarda. We have a few kids who did not make it to get their picture taken. Most of them are in the ring currently, but Bo Becker, Green McNally, Aiden Sarda, Olivia Ryman still need your picture taken. So please get that done. Okay, club pin of 3. We are heading to the swine barn to do the club pin of 3. So please have representatives available to show the hogs. Fairview, North Road, Freeview, Yellowstone Valley, Missouri River Ranchers, Dorson, Forever Buds.
Back there at all for a picture? This side is we've got up and that's what you guys. You feel like stuff here? Yeah. I'm not too worried about it. I don't think anyone will take it.
The club pin of 3 for Market Hogs. Grand champion goes to Forever Buds. Reserve champion, Fairview. We're going to have about a 10-minute break, and then we'll move into the Market Lamb show. So about 10 minutes we'll be on the Market Lamb.
But
whether it does anything, I mean, they can probably do it with the computer app. If they put a person in the stairway counts and stuff. Majority of the time, I think they'll whatever she wants to make her
Market land be getting ready. Market land be getting ready. In just a few minutes, we'll start the market land show. Okay, we're starting the Market Land Show. Flight 1 Market Lands. We have Cameron Hansen, Brooklyn Brown, Ryder Hansen, Sandra Ryman, Brindley Gimme, Kinley Peters. There is some water over here on the Shiley grandstands, sponsored by Richland County Rodeo Federation. So please help yourself to that. They also have Beauty the Judge cards down here. Pick the champion, the grand champion, $5 per species. Down here under the tent. So you can go take this one.
a really good way to get the sheep show started. This particular class and differences as we kind of work our way through. I think for me, there's three that maybe blend some build and balance kind of pieces with the right kind of muscularity. So we're going to have 3 callbacks in this class. For me, there's no red ribbon, so the other 3 will be blues. I think a nice, really solid set of sheep here. We'll go through and I'll tell you my callbacks. The first one's going to be the young lady with the blue sheep. I like that one's pattern and silhouette here from the side. That one's neck attachment being right. Yeah, when you get your hands on them, that one's got a lot of shape there on the back side of its shoulder. I know I didn't give y'all the best view of these sheep as I put them up against the concrete. I wanted as many of the kids as possible to be in the shade, and so that's why we did that. I know it doesn't give y'all the best view, so I'm just going to have to paint the picture the best I can. I hope y'all can understand where I'm at here. That sheep still, I think, reads with a lot of muscularity. If we get in behind and study that one's lower leg shape, we could probably make that one just have, a shot more pop and flare to the outer part of its leg. But just read that one very fundamentally correct in terms of its basic build, general angles, and balance, in combination with having some extra shape on the top side of the skeleton. Young man with the cowboy hat will be a callback for me. There's some fly strike marks there that are kind of drying up on the top side. To me, that's not going to affect the meat quality or quality of that carcass. The hide will be gone. To me, that's not that big of a deal. I still think that one, from a kind of just a carcass merit perspective, reads very correct in terms of its muscularity. That one's got some rib. You get it behind, that one's still got some stoutness of hip. Yet you take a step off, and that one still reads good in terms of balance. Its chest in relation to rear flank reads right. It's good in terms of its lines. Maybe is that one just the boldest or the hardest in terms of its rib shape? And probably not. Is it getting maybe just a shot deeper and longer in terms of its chest and blade? Maybe, but I still think that one balances. Still think that one reads right in terms of muscle. Young lady with the kind of, was that red shirt? Blue hair? Okay, we'll go with blue hair. Okay. That one will also be a purple, just from a muscularity kind of perspective. That one's really, really good in terms of its handle quality on the back side of its shoulder. It gets a little tight right there at the 6-point hookup. We could change it and just make it just a little bit smoother in that regard, but still study that one on the move to be correct in the angle of its shoulder. It gets a little tight in terms of its hind leg, but man, that one's got a big, upstanding, bold kind of a right shape. I like that one a good deal for that. Young lady with the blue sheep here on the end will be the first of the blue ribbons. Young lady, that's a nice sheep. I think a very, very solid kind of a sheep. You're doing a good job presenting it, so it certainly kind of draws your eye in. And that is kind of a stout feature. Good pattern sheep here when you get it marked on the side. I think there's some muscle. When we get right in behind him, that one's bold on the back side of his shoulder. Maybe not. And get him on the lap or get him on the move. And that one does read a little more vertical in terms of its shoulder, wants to get up in terms of its spine, and then gets tighter right there in its hip joint hookup. So we can relax that one just in terms of its angles. And when we get it out on the move there, I think you've done a nice job feeding that sheep compositionally. That one still reads correct in my mind. Young lady with the heavy booty sheep right here. I think muscle shape is good. I like that one being tight-hided and still fresh in terms of its kind of shape there on the backside or when you get your hands on them. You study this one from the side and just do all of its pieces fit together from kind of a balance perspective. You get them on the move. That one wants to drop in terms of its chest and get a little tighter right there in terms of its spine. So we can modify that one just from a build perspective. Young lady very easily fit into the blue category for me, just from a muscle and composition perspective. I think you've done a good job feeding that sheep. Young lady with the kind of light feature spec sheep here, you're doing a good job presenting this one here from the side. I think that one's good in terms of its proportions. That one's extended. That one's length from its 13th back, I think, is very, very good. Muscularity-wise, I don't know if that one has. We get right on top of them or studying from behind. That one's getting more cut up in terms of its twist. I don't know if that one's just as genuine there on the backside of the blade or in terms of its width progression. So that's why you get into that blue category. But I like that one's build. I like that one's pattern. Just wish from this view I had just a little more to it. Really nice set of sheep. Let's give them a round of applause here at the end.
Call back for 21, Arthur. Brooklyn Brown, Claire Hansen, Henry Peters. covering Flight 2 market lands, we have Olivia Ryman, Evelyn Marshall, Jim Virtue, Kinsley Van Henry, Cruz Clammer. Sorry about that. We have a misspelling. Evelyn Marsh.
It's probably yeah. If you're a 9 or 10-year-old, did you find it? There you go.
Let's go. What's happening?
Yeah, they are pretty funny. They're pretty soft, too.
The sheep breeding show here at Market Land in a few minutes.
Let's make hurry.
Yeah, breeding sheep and meeting the friend.
Let's make hurry.
Yeah, she's in classes differently.
Let's get a Pepsi. Hey, you want Pepsi? So let's get one.
That has water.
I think another nice class of sheep here, and a pair of them that I think breed with a lot of quality that are very easily going to get callbacks in my mind. In no particular order, I'll tell you the two that are going to be getting purple ribbons. I'm waiting the pink shirt for heavy booted weather. We all like this sheep. coming in, I was questioning kind of where his chest and breastplate sit, and I'd like to shove that back in just to give him a little more maybe balance and aesthetic there from the side. But instead of that one from his shoulder back, it's kind of just a unit in terms of his muscularity and rib shape. Still think his progression of width reads correct in terms of his upper hip and hip width and lower stifle shape. I still think he's good in terms of cover. Is he the leanest one? No, but I still think he's certainly appropriate in that regard. Just an opened up power shape that still fits correctly his angles. Like I said, I'd like to clean him up there just at the base of his chest, but I think a nice kind of a leather. And then the young ladies UAM will also be getting a purple ribbon in this class. I like that one in terms of its shape up high. That one handles good and hard on the back side of his shoulder. I think that one's opened up enough in terms of its lower skeleton. You know, from behind, is that one just as powerful or as raw as the one we just talked? Probably not. We could blow that one open in terms of its upper hip and its shape, but I still think that one's very good in that regard. You watch that one on the move, and I still think it maintains the body and top line in motion, so it still collects itself well, and then I like that one from a muscularity kind of perspective. Blue ribbon category next to the young lady, no pun intended, also wearing a blue shirt. Okay, I think this one has plenty of muscle from a yield grade kind of perspective and cover from a yield grade kind of perspective. You know, relative to maybe a couple of them, is this one as powerful, as good in terms of its loin shape, the lower leg shape? Probably not. We could give that one just a different set to its hind leg at times, but I still think you've done a good job beating that one from a composition perspective, so my compliments to you for that. Young man in the cowboy hat. Going to be a blue ribbon as well, and primarily because you get your hands on them, and on the back side of this one's shoulder, its rack shape still touches, I think, very, very good. I think that one's correct in terms of back cover. As you study that one back, or handle back towards its loin, it wants to get a little rounder and fades in terms of its loin, and it doesn't get wedged the right way when we study those sheep from behind. And then you study them from the side, we can pick this one up in terms of its chest, but I still think in terms of muscle and rack shape, cover, that's why you get a blue ribbon today. Congratulations to you. Young lady here on the end, similar kind of a story. I think for me, kind of where you fit is right in that blue ribbon category. You know, to get a purple or a callback, this one probably just needs to be stouter and more opened up. But I still think in terms of just the carcass quality kind of a call, that was correct in terms of back cover. That one has some muscle. My compliments to you and a job well done. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause, doesn't it? Well, you know, not the biggest show just in terms of numbers on the sheep side, but I think we got to see, you know, some good sheep and some quality pieces kind of all the way through on both of those classes. It's my compliments to the young people for bringing really, I think, solid kinds of projects. As we kind of start to get them back in here and just break them down, for me, there's a pair just in terms of totals are being complete in their muscularity, their rib shape, just power, with still reading with a good kind of a build, good skeleton, and a well-balanced look from the side. I think there's a pair of them that just read more complete and have kind of blended some of those pieces together. I think between that pair, I think there's some differences between them. For me, there's one that just reads the most powerful, the most opened up, the oldest rib, and I think in a market kind of setting or a market class, that's probably where I'm going to gravitate to. I think both kind of a top pair, and I think really good sheep from there on. I'm going to put the mic down and go select a champion in reserve. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please.
Grand champion Marketland goes to Kensley Van Every. Reserve champion goes to Olivia Ryman. We're going on to breeding sheep. So, first class is breeding female under 1. We have Olivia Ryman, Cassandra Ryman, Camry Hansen.
No, so actually I only slept in 15 minutes late. And then I came and I did all my steer stuff. Then I got memory. And then I had to do my mom. And then we went home and showered. And then we and now I have to go with the kitchen as soon as the camera's off. Until 5 o'clock. And then I have to watch my steer shop.
Three U's in this particular class of under one. We'll name a champion in reserve in this deal. And I'll be honest with you, there's kind of some different thoughts floating around in my head because I think all three of these sheep are very different in what they bring to the table or what breeding pieces I think you can plan around and work with. I think all of them have some quality associated with them. I'm just going to go through and talk them kind of as I see them, and then I'll tell you kind of my champion in reserve. Young lady in the blue shirt, we're going to start with you. I like that one just in terms of its lines and balance. That one's square-headed and good in the set to its hind leg. Today, that one's probably one of the greener ones just in terms of rib shape and just being opened up down low. It's not the widest one. It's maybe not the roundest in terms of its rib. To me, that's the kind that's going to continue continue to get better with age. I think as that one bodies down as a mature you, and that one's flank drops in it, I think it'll be really good from the side because I like how that one pieces tie together. I like how its shoulders tie together, its forward. I think it's smooth in terms of its hip joint hookup, and yet still square in terms of its hip, attractive in the sense of its hind leg. You know, today, yeah, that one could just be busted open and bolder, but I think there's some quality in that one's pieces, if that makes sense to you. I do think that one will continue to get better with age. The young lady's white face sheep, you know, very, again, interesting and different. Of this set, you know, the biggest rig, most powerfully constructed ewe of the class, probably the most opened up in terms of just its basic build, and at the bottom side of its body. That one's still good in terms of its angles and flex and range of motion. You know, is that one the shallowest chested, shortest bladed one? Probably not. You know, and that one could be relative to its rack shape, blown apart there at the top of its hip. But that one's still very powerful, very broody in terms of its kind, in terms of its rib shape. And I still think for a white face, that one, as you step off and study it from the side, still has some balance, still reads good in terms of its lines. You know, like I said, just some interesting pieces. I think when we compare it back to these black face sheep. And then the young ladies here in the end, a really long body, long measuring kind of ewe that's extended. That one's got some shape and it's powerful in terms of its build. Got some heaviness and structure at the surface, which I certainly like. You know, does that one just piece together the same maybe from the side? And that's the question mark there. That one wants to get just a little different in terms of its top line. Wants to pop up in its spine, get a little tighter right there in its hip joint hookup, and then get just a little shorter in terms of its hip. And at times we a little straighter in terms of the top. So there's some things we could change to have that ewe just blend smoother, but that one is opened up. There's some power associated with that one. And so depending on maybe where you put your preferences and what your selection pressure is, what you're trying to breed to back home, I think there's a spot for that one. I think there's really a spot for all these sheep. Like I said, it just to me comes down to preferences and what you want to work with and what you want to breed around. As we come back, the one that for me just kind of checks the most boxes, I think today this breed's the most complete. I like the young lady's white face to be your champion number one. I like the to be your reserve.
Grand and breeding female under 1 goes to Olivia Ryan. Reserve goes to Sandra Ryan. Into the ring, we have breeding female under 2. We have 1 entry, and that's Olivia Wright. We will be on the market coach show shortly. So market coach, meet it today.
Well, I think a really nice kind of single entry that the young lady brings in. One that to me is very broody in terms terms of its time. I like how one's rib shape, how one still reads with the correct kind of depth in terms of its rear rib and flank. I like how one's hip and hind leg construction. If you wanted to modify that one at all, young lady, that one's front end assembly. I think we could modify ever so slightly. And maybe just wants to get a little forward and angle of its shoulder, and at times get a little deeper there in terms of its chest. Man, from that one's shoulder back, that one with progression reads right, that one's still good in its lines from its shoulder back. So I think a really, really good kind of a project. Very nice single entry that the young lady brings in. Let's give her a round of applause if you will, please.
Olivia, you can stay. You know, Olivia's 3 under 1. In the ring, we will have the overall region champion.
I think, it kind of becomes interesting as you bring that older sheep in here and back and compare it to what won our first division there. And I'm just going to talk the differences as I see them, so you guys understand kind of where I'm at, in my perspective at least. You know, the young lady that comes out of the most recent class with the bigger, more mature youth, we talked about winning that deal. Real stout structured. I think good hits lines from his shoulder back. You know, on the move. We could relax that one in the angle of his shoulder. We could just prop that one up at the base of its chest. And I think relative to the white face, I don't know if today that one's just as fresh there on the backside of his shoulder or as round in terms of its rib shape. Then you have the white face. You know, I wish that one maybe didn't fight the halter so much, because I do actually prefer that one set in angulation to its shoulder up front, but at times, man, it really wants to pull its head and kind of give you an off look when on the lap. To me, that's more of it fighting the halter maybe than its actual build quality. But if you study that one from a three-quarter view and you compare these two, I do think that one reads with just more shape and power there from leg to hip. I like that one's turn to its four-rib shape and center body. I think both of those youths are just very broody in their kind. Maybe just a shot more power than what we have in the white face relative. Again, what can we change about the white face? Well, study that one's front end assembly. Yeah, it's not the shallowest chest and most tucked up, most extended one in the world. I don't know if the black face one complements her so much in that regard. And so I think there's some differences there. And then the young ladies that was reserved out of that kind of preliminary division there. Again, one that I think patterns well from the side. That one's just transitions, I think, pretty good in terms of shoulder to forward. Hip point jump hookup. It's just levelness of hip and set to its hind leg is attractive. And so there's some sort, I think, in these three kinds of sheep, you know, like I said previously, depending on what kind of things you're going to do back at home, what you're going to breed them to, or how you're going to complement them, yeah, you can change this place, and I probably wouldn't argue with you. For me, there's one that just brings the most good to the table, and then I think a reserve that complements very well. Put the mic down and shake the hand of your champion and thank your reserve. Let's give him a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Congratulations to our overall breeding champion. Olivia Ryman was grand with her U under 1, and she was also grand with her U under 2. Reserve.
That concludes the land show. We will be moving on to market goat shortly. Moving on to the Market Goat Show. Flight 1, Judd Rabine, Allie Rabine, Adeline Marsh, Marley Dorr, Kane Williams, Mallory Van Every, Ryan Watts, Wesley Watts, Ashton Easton.
Well, I think a nice set of goats, and maybe some goats that are being just a little cantankerous at times. My compliments to the young people for keeping control of them and keeping on, if you will. So good job on that. As we start to work our way through the goats, I think the biggest kind of separator for me is just muscularity. These are market animals first and foremost. I think it's important that they have some muscle. We're going to have 3 callbacks in this particular class, and to be honest with you, it's 3 of the just freshest, most muscular goats in here. That to me is kind of what sets them apart and why they get purples. We'll talk the rest of them, of course, but we're going to start with the purple ribbons. A young lady in the cheetah print shirt. That one for me is a purple ribbon. That one maybe isn't the widest of the ones we're going to keep back or the stoutest, but I think it still has enough right there in the back side of his shoulder, some shape in the outer part of its leg. I like the extra fact that that thing's tucked up in his chest and elevated at the point of his shoulder, alert in terms of his head carriage. Because of that, I think he can give you a good look from the side in combination with, I think, having enough kind of muscle. It's still fresh in the shape that it does have. Young lady directly behind her, that's kind of a fun shirt you got on there. I like that. Okay. That one is going to be a purple ribbon. ESG-wise, that is the widest, broadest bag, biggest hip goat in here. Am I going to say that I love this one from the side? Probably not. It's a little shorter and thicker in terms of its neck, just a little more compact and moderate in terms of its build. But just in terms of width and power and muscularity, that one is the ESG in those regards, the widest and the biggest top. That's why you very easily get a purple ribbon for me. And then you got the young lady's kind of roan leather here in the pink shirt. Young lady, that leather gave you just a heck of a time, but you didn't let go, you held on. So my compliments to you for that. That goat is in the top 3 in terms of muscle in this class. That's why you're going to be getting a purple ribbon and coming back. So I know you got to work with your goat a little longer, but I think you can do it. You handle that one. It's fresh in terms of its shape. Its spine sits beneath. It's rack shape. It's still square in terms of its loin. Not just the most opened up leather in the world, but I think right in terms of its muscularity in this particular set. And that's why you get a purple ribbon in this particular class. We switch to blues next in terms of ribbon color. Young lady, I think a very good kind of a goat in terms of its rib shape. I think that one's got some heaviness and structure. You get your hands on it, and that one's getting just a little softer right there behind his shoulder. I'd like for that one to be fresher in terms of his rack. But man, that one's good body, good in terms of its feet and legs. I think a very good, solid kind of a project that the young lady brings in. My compliments to her on a well-deserved blue ribbon. The kind of white face lighter featured leather that goat that we have next. Just from a muscularity standpoint, I wish this one just had a little bit more. If you get your hands on them, I think the first thing you probably touch is just going to be the spine coming up. Ideally, we got rack shape. It's a little flatter in terms of its rib, so that's maybe what hurts you in this particular class, but still one that is good in terms of its feet and legs. Got the right kind of set and flex in terms of its hock. Young man's red leather here. I thought one that was close, young man, because that one in terms of its rack shape, I actually like and admire that one right there on the back side of his shoulder. It's as I step behind him on that initial view where maybe I'm just a little hesitant. This one wants to close up and flatten up in terms of hip width and lower leg shape and just be too narrow in terms of base width, so it doesn't maybe progress the right way in terms of width. Ideally, they're wider in terms of their hip than they are on the backside of their shoulder. But he's done a good job keeping that one compositionally correct just in terms of the shape on the backside of his shoulder. Young lady with her the other pink shirt, I think a really good, deep-sided, easy feeding kind of a goat. Another one that for me, man, I wish we could just power it up and give it a shot more shape up high, but you've done a really nice job. Like I said, that was practical, that was easy feeding. I think a good job to you as well. Young lady, this goat's very interesting in my mind. It's the greenest one out here, probably one of the smaller ones. That doesn't necessarily hurt you until we get our hands on them. That one's pretty broad, just from a finish kind of perspective. I'd like to see that one probably just a little fresher and a little better over his body wall and right behind his shoulder. There's probably just not enough fat there. In simple terms, it's a little hard to touch. And so I'd like to see that one just mellower in that regard, if that makes sense. But that one's got some neat pieces in terms of height of the shoulder. That one does have some shape and expression to the outer part of its leg. So my confidence to you on a job well done as well. And then the young man here at the end of the line, another one that to me is long-sided. That one's got some extension. And I actually think that one reads good in terms of its lines here from the side. When you get it behind him, young man, I wish that one again. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that one could just stay and have just a little more shape, a little more expression there on the backside of his shoulder. A job well done to these young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause for it.
from Flight 1. Doug Rabine, Marley Dorr, Mallory Van Every. Into the ring, Flight 2, Martin Coates, Camry Hansen, Ethan Ivey, Kiara Kraft, Chase Fireby, Lyman Josephson, Ryer Hansen, Kirsten Kraft, Brentley McNally.
I think another good set of goats in this particular class, and I'll tell you, there's a pair that I think surfaced relatively quick in my mind. I think two very, very high quality leathers. In no particular order, the young lady in the black shirt will be getting a callback and a purple ribbon. Let us study that leather just in terms of shape, and that one's good on the back side of his shoulder. They get progressively wider yet in terms of his pin set, lower leg shape, heavy structured, opened up. I think a nice kind of a leather that the young lady presents there. If we wanted to change or modify that one, study it on the move. And if we're being critical, that one wants to maybe get just a little looser there at the top of its shoulder, weaker there on the back side of it, and we can pick that one up at the base of its chest and freshen it up in that regard. Like I said, that's being awfully critical on a very, very good kind of a leather. The young lady in the blue shirt with her black-headed leather, that one is also going to be getting a purple ribbon and a callback. I think that one's just awfully nice. That one hit me pretty hard coming in, just in terms of its athleticism, round body shape, and muscularity, yet still being stout and opened up. And I think there's some really, really intriguing pieces to that leather, young lady. Very muscular. Like I said, you can describe that one with a few different adjectives. I just think that one's awfully nice. If we're getting ultra critical on one that I think is high quality, at times we can change the shape of its hind leg. Like I said, I think that one's pretty good. That one's going to be getting purple ribbon. We'll start on this end as we transition into the blues. Young lady with her kind of painted up, leather there. Good in terms of the shape of its body. Has some heaviness and structure in terms of foot size. I think blue is kind of where you fit in my mind. It's just from a muscularity standpoint. There's some there. I think to get you that purple one, that one could be that much better there on the back side of its shoulder. But a very good, very solid kind of a project. Congratulations to you, young lady, on the blue. Young man with his doe here, one that, and I mean this as a genuine compliment, I think would be almost better fit for a breeding class because that one's sound structured, good body, and very broody kind of its look. Maybe for a market class, I don't know if that one's hard enough in terms of its muscle shape. It's getting a little softer from a finish kind of perspective, so that's what slides you down into that blue category. But I still think there's a lot of practicality associated with the doe that you bring. Congratulations to you. Young man with his black-headed leather here. Again, one that has some turn and shape to its rib. I like that one's just general angles and build. Whenever you study it on the move or here on the side, its chest is up in relation to its flank. Just get your hands on or study him from behind. Man, I want to get that one just a shot more power and a shot more shape. But young man, a really good job to you. The young man with the kind of painted up leather here. Similar kind of a story. I think one that's good in terms of its angles. The set to its shoulder is correct. Levelness and top read's good. You do a good job getting that thing shown. And I know it's so much of it today, but good job on getting that one shown. You know, it's just when we get our hands on it, is that one fresh enough just in terms of its muscularity? Does that one have enough in the outer part of its leg and twist? I don't know, and that's why you get, that's why you don't get a purple ribbon in my mind today, but a nice job. Young lady that comes next with her doe, one that has some cover, has some shape, and we need just more power and more stoutness in that one to get it up any higher. And then young lady with her brown doe, to be honest with you, I want to see more muscularity in this one. I don't know if there's maybe almost some dairy influence in this one, but it needs probably more muscle. When we grade these things on the rail based on kind of some of the selection things there, I think that one will get hurt just a little bit in terms of fat cover and muscularity. Practical is all get out. That one's good structure. Its depth of body is good. Another one that's probably better fit almost as a breeding animal versus market, but I still think that's a nice job. You do get into that red ribbon category just from a muscularity and finish kind of perspective, but I don't think that's a bad kind of a goat. Maybe it's not perfect for that market kind of perspective, but congratulations to you on the red. Let's give these kids a round of applause here at the end.
Callbacks from Flight 2, Miley Josephson, Brinley McDowell. Into the ring now, we will have to pick the grand champion, Marcus Go. So callbacks for the grand champion drive, Judd Rabine, Marley Gore, Mallory Van Emery, Miley Josephson, Brinley McDowell.
So we can go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause if you will. I'll just run through and briefly talk. I know we just did in class, but as I see them here, as they line up, I think it's always interesting when you bring kind of those top end back and as you compare them. The young lady with her kind of road go, man, he's like a Houdini with that thing, isn't he? Golly, he's good at getting out. We talked about one in class, and I like that one for freshness. The shape, young lady and I both agree that that one's got kind of a neat little color going on. As we bring it back, does that one match the stoutness and power relative to a couple? Probably not, but I still think that's a good kind of a go. Young lady in the kind of fun shirt there with your go. The one that we talked with muscle power, all reads correct. We could change that one from a build perspective. It's kind of a little shorter and thicker neck, a little deeper chested. I think you picked a really good project for those market fundamentals. The young lady with the kind of 180 almost, if you will, height to shoulder and proportions are good. As we bring that one back out, does that one have enough to it relative to some of your contemporaries here? That's maybe the question mark on that one. And then I think these two goats that came out of the last class make to me a really interesting kind of fun pair to talk or maybe describe. I think both these goats are awfully good. A young lady in the black shirt, stout featured, big muscle, big hips. As we directly compare back and forth, is that one is broad on the backside of the shoulder? I don't know. Is that one naturally pulled apart there at the base of his chest? I don't know. Is that one is fresh in terms of its throat and at the base of his chest? Maybe some of those things we can modify on that one. Still think that's a very high caliber kind of a leather. Young lady's black-headed leather. One that I think from the side gives you a neat look. Elevation from the point of his shoulder, roundness of body. That one's the broadest and just most dimensional in terms of its back shape. Still very good in terms of pin width and stoutness of feature. That's big-chested, opened up, muscular kind of a leather. If we wanted to change that one, like I mentioned earlier, just the shape of its hock. It gets almost weaker pattern to compensate for being a little straighter in the shape of the hind leg. But I still think there's a lot of positives. So again, I think all these goats have some pieces that you can admire. To me, there's a pair of them that I think are very high caliber and stand out to me very evidently. I think between that pair, there's one that maybe I just gravitated to just a little more in terms of his total power and width of chest and still maintaining a good look. Young lady in the blue shirt will be your champion. As we come back for reserve, I thought there was one that complements very well and is just in a different league. And I thought both of those goats, nothing to take away from the rest of our exhibitors, but one that matches very well. Young lady in the black shirt will be here.
Grand champion market goes to Miami Joseph. Reserve champion goes to Brendan McDowell. Into the ring, we have Beaver Goat. One entry, Ashland Thiessen.
Well, just a single entry here in the feeder goat division, and a nice single entry at that the young lady brings in with her brown goat. One that has some extension ahead of its shoulder, long fronted, I think good in the shape of its rib. You know, of course, being lighter and a little greener, it could use this more muscle and more cover as we study back over his shoulder. Talk with the young lady for just a minute about, it can be challenging sometimes to do these things for them to gain weight. But a good job for you for having a good project and still bringing it. And it does have some really quality pieces. Of course, yeah, it would have been awesome to have that on the game, maybe it's a little different. But congratulations to you, young lady, for a nice single entry here.
Into the ring now, we have Minko under 1. Camry Hansen, Olivia Ryman, Miley Josephson, Kira Kraft, Kristen Kraft.
Well, a nice set of breeding does that we have here, and some differences as we kind of work our way through. And like I mentioned earlier, you know, depending on what you got at home and what you're going to breed to and what you're trying to fix in terms of your herd or flock, I think there's differences in terms of selection pressure or where maybe you base some of your preferences. I'm going to just talk them on down the line, and then we'll get you champion and reserve and ribbon colors. We'll just start on this side. A young lady's brown doe. I think one that's good in terms of its look and balance. That one's extended. You know, is that one the stoutest or most opened up? Probably not. But that one's still, I think, acceptable in terms of its power and shape as a meat goat kind of a doe. And so there's some quality there. You know, maybe relative to a couple that gives up some added power and dimension, but still a very good quality kind of a project. Both the does we have side and strength and levelness at the top. So there's some good things, I think, from a skeleton perspective. You know, from a meat goat perspective, I wish that one just had more shape and more muscle when we get in behind them. But I still think you've done a nice job keeping them practical in their kind. And I want to probably see just more stoutness and power. And same can be said for you, young lady. Kind of a similar story as what we were talking earlier. You know, that one's good in terms of its angles. That one's practical. I think there's real function associated with that one's stipulation. In this lineup, or maybe in today's world, yeah, that one can have more meat and shape as a meat goat kind of a doe. Of course, one can argue that's what the male is for, but I still think that one could have just some more substance as we get in behind them. But I still think that the job well done to you. Young lady, right here. I like this goat in terms of being broad back and big ribbed and opened up. I think that's a very broody kind of appearing female. You know, there's just little nitpicky things I think we could modify on that one. It's not maybe just up and out there in terms of its front end assembly, not the longest neck or shallow chest thing in the world. We could modify it in terms of the angle of its hawk ever so slightly. for just being broody and opened up and having some shape and spread on the backside of his shoulder. Certainly think you have to appreciate those things. Young lady in the blue shirt, another one that's opened up, good in terms of his body. You know, is that one that's broad right there on the backside of his shoulder relative to the one I just talked? Probably not. Is that one a little more alert in its head carriage on the move? Probably. So there's some differences, I think, within this pair. You know, it's funny, we talked their last weather, maybe a little straighter in the center of his hind leg. I actually think this still probably has too much step. And ironically, it gets a little weaker faster, very loose in terms of the structure. For me, we could probably change that one just a hair. I think that's being critical. I think those two are different in terms of what they bring to the table. I think you have one that's a little broader and a little more opened up, one that's maybe just a little bit more alert in terms of his head carriage, and still has some presence from the side. So I could go back and forth on that particular pair. For me, it does come down to kind of these two and what you want to do there. I like the young lady right here in front of me, in your champion, young lady in the blue.
Champion meet go under one. Goes to Olivia Ryman, reserve champion, Abby Josephson. Into the ring now, we have Gary, non-producing Joe under one. Here's the graph, Garrett graph.
Well, a nice pair of Nigerian dwarf coats, and I enjoy talking to the young ladies here. You know, we have some Nigerian dwarf coats at home actually, so it's kind of fun to see them here in the show ring. And I think we're kind of picking straws between this pair. And both very young, and I think they're going to mature. The very practical type of goats for the young ladies. If we start comparing directly back and forth, I like the young lady in the cowboy hat. That will be kind of your class winner in this deal. I like it just in terms of it. I think it's got the advantage in its rib shape and his pin width today is a little wider and a little better right there on the front side of his body relative to this one. Both of these does I think are good structure. I think both of them have some longevity and some functionality that we can associate, extended, well balanced, all those things I think fit very, very well. Like I said, I give the edge to that one. Just in terms of rib shape, I think we'll be getting behind the study there's width and dimension there. But both of them have done a very, very nice job. Let's give them a round of applause here as they exit.
Grand champion, dairy non-producing dough under 1, goes to Kirsten Kraft. Reserve champion, Kiara Kraft. Into the ring now, we have dairy producing dough under 1, Briar Hansen.
Well, this is a single entry in this division, so a young man will be the champion in this division, so congratulations to you on that. And I think a deserving kind of a project for the young man. So I think this one's got some future. Like we kind of mentioned on the previous class, these things are supposed to be practical and functional in terms of their feet and legs. I think this dough does that very, very well. You study that one's general angle, the reach, and flex off either end. It still reads correct. Has an extended, I think, good looking, attractive kind of female. That's very good in terms of its levelness to top. It's good on the backside, the shoulder there. But that one maybe just that much better in terms of rib shape. Maybe that's being just critical on it, but I still think that's a very, very good project that the young man has. Let's give him a nice round of applause as he exits.
Champion dairy producing dough under 1 goes to Briar Hansen. We have Briar back in the ring now with beef dough over 1.
The young man brings in another nice single entry here. The meet goat no over 1 pound division. And one that I think fundamentally, is square in terms of its build. That one actually touches with some shape, and you can see some shape in terms of his lower leg. And so I think as a project moving forward, I think that one could be very good for the young man. Where maybe you want to protect it, or maybe what buck you would bring it to. Maybe one that's maybe stouter, more powerful. I think nowadays in the show world, if you're going to bring those kind of county fair projects to this deal, I think adding some stoutness and power can be good, because this one's sound, structured, I think well balanced, so I think that'd be a good compliment. But I think another nice project that the young man brings in, let's give him another round of applause, please.
Champion meet go over 1 goes for Ryder Hansen. And we'll move into dairy non-producing over 1. We have 2 entries: Ryder Hansen, Ryder Williams. Get a break after this one.
With another nice pair of dairy goats in the ring currently, I think both of these young men should be plumb happy with the projects that they bring. I think both of them are good from a feet and legs kind of standpoint. I think both of them are very functional. I think that to me is fundamental when we start talking about breeding projects. So my hat's off to both of you guys. When it comes to picking which one I maybe prefer, I think it gets close, and there's some differences between them. I like the young man with the predominantly brown kind of deal there. I like that one for being long and extended. That one's still good and sharp over its withers and level in terms of its top line. I think where it has a direct advantage over the young man's paint though is that one just studies a little better there at the base of its chest from a balance perspective. I was a little more tucked up and just neater there and fresher there. Young man, I think this is a very good project for you moving forward. I like that one's levelness at top. Still think that one's got the correct design in terms of its hip and its chest. But still a very, very good kind of a project. My hat's off to both of these young men. So, young men, you'll be champions. I mean, you'll be reserved. Let's give them a nice round of applause here today.
Grand champion dairy non-producing over 1 goes to Byron Hansen. Reserve champion goes to Ryder Williams. We have meat goat over 2 coming in the ring. We have Adeline Marsh, Ashley Geeson, Miley Josephson.
Well, a nice trio of does here, and I think all does that have some differences as you kind of start to break them down. If we just talk about a young lady with the kind of painted up or brown, predominantly brown doe, I think in this particular class, that's the widest, most powerfully constructed one. I think one that should be very easy to compliment for the young lady in terms of making some really kind of stout, opened up weathers or does in the future. I think a really broody kind of a doe. Still functional in terms of being laced, yet still packs on the right kind of rib shape and the right kind of power, yet still in a broody, feminine kind of a package. Maybe not the most extended or kind of neatest there at the base of its chest, but I still read that one to be just powerful and broody in terms of its kind. Young lady with a really kind of extended doe that comes next. This one probably just hasn't maintained its flesh quite as well. I think today just rings a little skinnier in terms of just flesh mobility and cover. That one's a little just harsher there over its rib shape, a little drier in terms of its center body, but still a job well done to you. I think a nice kind of a project. And then the young lady is the kind of long cape doe, if you will. I think one that's very functional in terms of its depth of body, rib shape, and fleshing ability. That one's sound structured and good in terms of its angles. Does that one have as much stoutness or just as much natural maybe dimension relative to that first one we talked? Probably not, but still think a very, very solid project for the young lady as she continues kind of in her future breeding program. And so when we come back and think about a champion in reserve in this particular class, I like the young lady with the brown doe to be your champion. The young lady with the long cape doe will be in reserve.
Nico over 2. Grand champion is Miley Josephson. And third champion is Adeline Marsh. Dairy non-production doe over 2. Adeline Elbert and Ryder Williams.
single entry here that the young lady brings, and we were kind of laughing a little because this one, in terms of his angle, still reads right. It's got a little hitchiness getting up in terms of his right rear foot. Frankly, I just think it's the grass kind of freaking that little toe out. So I don't think there's any structure problems associated with this young lady's toe. And as you start to break that one down, I think that one reads very feminine in terms of its height quality there. Smooth shoulder, good in its rib shape. It's still square in terms of its pin set from behind. So I think the young lady brings in a very, very good project. And lady, congratulations to you. Well, another nice pair of over 2-year-olds here, and differences between them. If we just kind of break them down for a second, the young man's long, lean neck, sharp in terms of just being sharp over its withers, it still balances, I think, from the side there. This one, there's some differences in terms of composition or condition at this stage in the game, and depending on maybe where you put your preference, I think this one looks spot on. And they just pulled the kids, it sounds like, relatively recent or a little while ago. And I think that's kind of where you want them, in my opinion, on these dairy goats from a condition kind of standpoint. This one obviously converted some of that into some milk, and I'm assuming milked well for those doe kids or kids that they had. A young lady's black doe. I think one that's wide, good in terms of its rib shape, still long in terms of its neck, really a little softer from a condition standpoint, and still has some kids on her right now, so that's why you see some differences just in terms of udder. I think both of these read good in terms of their teeth quality and spacing and uniformity in that regard. This one maybe is just a little softer from a condition standpoint currently. Like I said, there's some differences between them. My preference is a young man will be your champion, young lady, you'll be reserved.
And champion, dairy producing doe over 2 goes to Briar Hansen. Reserve champion, Adeline Del Peru. Into the ring, we have dairy non-producing bucks under 1. Fryer Hansen.
Well, just a single entry here. I think a nice single entry that the young man brings, and one that for me, if you just study that one, the shoulder angle, the angle of its hind leg, and then its pass-through set, really with some longevity and functionality. I think if we were to get ultra critical, I don't think that in the real world these things need to be absolutely level hips. This one is probably just getting a little steep though, even with that in mind. So we could change that one in terms of its hip design, crank it up in terms of the base of its tail ever so slightly. But just in terms of functionality, I still think that one hits the mark very, very well. I think that'll be a fun project that the young man is going to use in his breeding program. My compliments to you on bringing a good one. Good job.
Grand champion, dairy non-producing buck under 1, Fryer Hansen. Into the ring now, we have Doe with Kid, Ashlyn Eason, Kiara Kraft, Kirsten Kraft. Following this class, we will do the overall breeding go. So we need the grand champion from every division into the ring following this class. Mean Doe under 1, Olivia Ryman. Dairy non-producing doe under 1, Kirsten Kraft. Dairy producing doe under 1, Fryer Hansen. Meat doe over 1, Fryer Hansen. Dairy non-producing over 1, Fryer Hansen. Meat doe over 2, Miley Josephson. Dairy non-producing doe over 2, Evelyn Elbert. Dairy producing doe over 2, Fryer Hansen. Dairy non-producing buck under 1, Fryer Hansen. And the champion from Doe with Kid. The member, family, and a breed will be following the overall breeding champion.
conversation that you can have with this trio of does with kids here. And we'll just go down the line. The young lady with her red doe, I like this doe a ton. And I know I talked to you probably earlier, maybe balance and pattern and silhouette I think are very, very good. And she has, I think, a really nice single doe kid with her. That one matches and complements her very, very well in terms of her look and pattern and just her silhouette. Only a single, and I don't think that that's the worst thing in the world, because that's a good single, a good doe kid that you're going to be able to bring back into your breeding program. You know, I think in today's world, and in terms of production, maybe if we can get closer to 150%, crop or 200% crop, those twins maybe become just a little bit more valuable in that regard. But I think for what you're doing, for what she is, I think both of those are very, very nice. So my compliments to you for those. Young lady with the kind of black and white doe and the two doe kids that follow, I think another one that's done a very good job milking. I think both of these doe kids look very nice and good, and they're opened up and good structured. Is that one maybe the neatest in terms of underlying balance? Maybe not, but I think that one's done a very good job in terms of milking and producing a set of twins. So my compliments to you for that. And same can be said, or a very similar story here on the end. I like this one's extension and femininity, just ahead of her shoulder, and I think you've done a good job with a set of twins, and maybe are they just maybe a scout today relative? I don't know, but I think that doe has done a nice job with both of her kids in terms of milking and getting them raised correctly, and so I think all three of these, I think, have some positives. I think when it comes down to just personal preference and kind of where you want to lay your selection pressure, I like the young lady with her black and white to be your champion, young lady out here to be your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause. give these young people a round of applause, please. So a lot of different variety that we have in this particular drive. And dairy non-producing, dairy producing, beef goat doughs. You know, and so depending on maybe what you do at home or what you kind of are trying to strive for, I think that could change maybe just where you want to land on in this particular set. I think there's quality, you know, all the way through it. And for the sake of time, I know a lot of these kids have been in and out of the show ring today. And it's hot, and so I won't go back through and describe them all. But I will say I think it's neat that we have a lot of different representation out here, and that you guys are getting involved in different aspects of breeding. You know, the show world is one thing, and I think it's good. I like the fact that we have some dairy-producing goats or some meat goat does, and you guys are learning about different avenues within kind of what we have in the industry as a whole. So my hat's off to you. My hat's off to everyone helping them and getting them kind of involved in this deal. I think it's really, really neat. With that being said, I mentioned a lot of different types and kinds, and if you prefer a different one, I wouldn't maybe argue, because, like I said, what you're doing at home or what you're trying to fix in your breeding program is going to vary your selection pressure significantly. For me, there's one that hit me awfully hard, that won its division. It comes back out here, and I still think looks very on point, just in terms of what it represents and what that breed is trying to do. Like I said, I think all these kids have done an awfully good job. Thank you guys for coming out and being involved in this. I'm going to put the mic down and select you a champion. We're only doing one, so only one kid will get a handshake. But I think all these kids are at least deserving of one more round of applause, if you will, please. Okay, well, I'll tell you, believe it or not, that's the first time I've ever made a mistake in my life. I'm kidding. We are going to select a reserve, and so I'll put the mic down. I already made my comments here. I'll take another look at them now that we got the second in that division back out and in contention here. So I'll go back through and kind of analyze again now that we have another kind of competitor, if you will. But again, if you guys will do me a favor and give them one more round of applause for staying out here an extra minute.
Okay, we will be moving into the alpaca show. So, we need McKenna Sparks and Mason Sparks. Mature alpaca will be the first class of McKenna Sparks, followed by the gelding alpaca. Okay, into the ring, we're going to bring both entries. We have Kenneth Sparks with the mature alpaca and Macy Sparks with the gelding alpaca. There went the easy judge. I won. We will be taking a break after the alpaca show for a little over an hour. So the green beef and dairy will start at 2 o'clock. Beginning with dairy. Dairy will start at 2 o'clock, followed by breeding beef. Well, we combined a couple of divisions here in the alpaca deal, and for me, I mean, both obviously, I think, deserving of being champions in their own division. And as we bring them back out here, I think, some obvious differences. Of course, age is a difference in maturity. The young lady with the pink shirt, that one does study just a little bolder in terms of its rim and a little wider as we study them from behind. Maybe that's to do with maturity, but I like that one's rib shape out of the top side of its shoulder and how it transitions from its shoulder into its full rib shape. And yet still looks very good in terms of feet length quality and levelness at top. I think a very good project that the young lady has there. And a very interesting one in the lighter colored alpaca. This one to me has all the lateness of maturity and length of neck, and you study that one's cannon bone. I think that one's going to grow and be a very, very good one. And I think better days are certainly ahead for this particular project that the young lady has. Today is that one kind of just bold enough maybe in the turn to its rib. Maybe that one just studies a hair too green in relation to its competitor. Of course, that one, study that one's feet and legs and maturity patterns. I could be proven wrong as that one matures and bodies down. Today, just the way that I see them, I like the young lady up ahead to be your champion. The young lady behind her will be reserved. Congratulations to both of you. Okay, the grand champion alpaca, overall grand champion alpaca goes to Magenta Sparks. The reserve champion goes to Macy Sparks. We will be taking a break now until 2 o'clock. Dairy will be at 2, followed by green and beef. We have a few exhibitors that did not get their market pictures. Market Lamb, Camry Hansen, Market Goat, Valerie Van Every, Market Goat, Camry Hansen, and Market Goat, Ashlyn Peterson. We need you to get those pictures taken for your buyer's plaque.
I want to go back and look at this inside here, so I can. You're in the
How are you?
You know, 90s start to feel pretty good. Yesterday, when I was over, it was shocking. That tunnel of sun came out later on in the afternoon. That's
just a few minutes, we'll be starting the dairy show. So, there's only a few classes in the dairy show, so we'll be getting into the breeding beef pretty quickly. So yeah, a few minutes, we'll be starting the dairy show. Okay, welcome this afternoon to the Richland County Fair. We're going to start off this afternoon with our dairy. First animal in will be heifer under 1. Sorry, heifer under 2. That will be added.
Well, just a single entry here that we have to start off the dairy breeding show. And I think a nice single entry that the young lady brings in, just to break this one down. I think there's some good parts and pieces. In terms of that one's just build and structural quality. I like the angle of that one, shoulder and knee and front foot. I think that one's nearly level from hooks to pins, and I think appropriate there. And yet still good. It's a set to its hind leg. That one has some length ahead of his shoulder. As you start right over its withers and over its ribs, maybe some extra cover today for what that's worth. But I still think that's a really nice breeding prospect. Just in terms of feet and leg quality, still think that heifer has some style. Whenever we study it here from the side, my confidence to the young lady for a very nice project and a good way to get the show started.
Congratulations, Patty, for under 2. Next in the ring will be cow over 2. That is Brooksville.
Well, another nice single entry here. I talked to the young lady, said this cow's had 2 calves so far. I think it looks good for where she's at, kind of in her stage in the game here. I think one that, when you start to study her, there's some bloom and some venation in terms of her other quality. Is she perfectly even in all 4 quadrants? Maybe not, but I still think certainly acceptable in that regard. Like I said, still very good, I think, in terms of the bloom, the venation that she shows. And yet still good in terms of her level, and in terms of her levelness ahead, still angular over her hook bones. And as we get to kind of the front end of her, her neck could probably tie in just a little different to have just more style in terms of her front end construction. But one that sounds structured, I think one that still reads with some good dairy character. My confidence in the young lady on a very nice single entry here.
Congratulations, Brooke, for your cow over 2. Our next class in will be male number 1 with Brooksville. Breeding bees be just ready. It will just be a few minutes to be on the breeding bee, starting with the feeder class.
that the young lady brings us, and I think one that's going to have a tremendous future. Talking to the young lady who was planning on selling this bull, but I think that certainly would be good for a producer. We study this one's just length of cannon and maturity pattern. I think that's just going to be a very big, very productive type bull for whoever ends up buying it or owning it. You know, you study that one just in terms of its angles, its sound structure. It's good in terms of its balance there from the side, its hip design. Maybe you can change it at the top of it. It's hip in terms of its tail head, but I think that's getting awfully critical. I think that one's very practical in its kind. I think one that's certainly raised with a lot of longevity and future. So my compliments to the young lady for bringing a very nice single entry again.
We'll have all of our dairy entries back in the ring for an overall dairy champion. So we have Patty Foss with her heifer under 2, Brooke Scove with her cow over 2, and Brooke Scove with male under 1.
Well, I think a really nice trio of dairy cows that are represented here. It's kind of fun. I know there's a single entries, but different stages of production or maybe purpose. Obviously, with the bull calf being in here, kind of an older cow here, and then a heifer. And so I think it's interesting as we kind of start to break them down. This one obviously got some future. This one has a calf already with it. It's actually a bull calf for those that didn't know, which I think is fun. And so there's differences between them. Just talking to the young lady's heifer here, I really like that one in terms of the style, head and shoulder, the way its neck ties in, that one's top line reads good. It's still very sound in terms of its feet and leg quality, so I think there's some genuine positives there. The cow, obviously, it has offered really good utility, and I think that's a productive, practical type of a cow. Is that one just as neat, maybe there at the top of its neck and how that ties in? Maybe not, but obviously that one's already proven itself as productive and has had some good utility there. And then its bull calf here, I like this bull calf a ton in terms of just angles and general build and balance there from the side. I actually think that one's neck ties in just a shot better at the top side of his shoulder, so maybe that one's complimenting its parent there. And I always think if we can do that and make the next generation better, then we're doing something right in our breeding program. And so my compliments to all three of you showing. The one for me that I think just reads with the most positive, maybe the one that just hit me the hardest, young lady's heifer down here at the end of the line is going to be your champion. I actually like her bull calf to be your reserve. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Danny Boss with overall grand champion breeding with their heifer number 2. And the reserve champion goes to Brooke Scope with the male number 1. We're moving on to the breeding beef show. The first class in will be feeder beef with 1 entry, and that's Ella Green.
Well, another single entry here in the feeder calf division. And young lady, I think there's some good parts of this calf. That one does have some spread and shape. He's being just a little cantankerous right now. But he does have some shape, the top side of his body. When you study it from behind in terms of the stifle and lower twist, there's some muscularity in that calf. You know, is he just the fanciest one to look at from the side? Probably not. He's a little rounder, maybe on either end of his body. But I think just in terms of just nuts and bolts, I think you have a good project there. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause as she exits.
Next in the ring for breeding beef, we have female under 1, McKenna Balducci, NC Nagel.
in this upper cap division, and so we'll name a champion in reserve. And I think both are very deserving of having that title. So I think there's quality in both of these critters that are out here, and I think both just represent good cattle in my opinion. In terms of their feet and leg quality, I think both of these heifer calves are good footed, good in their angles, sound structured, and I think it'll be interesting to watch as they mature and progress into brood cows later on down the road. And maybe, later on, maybe you switch this pair. I think today, as we just break them down, and in no particular order, I like the young ladies here on the side, just from a look and balance kind of perspective. That one's good in terms of her top line. She's long and extended. She's maybe just further along almost, and just in terms of her rear flank and underlying balance. And it's still posture. I think an attractive look in terms of her hip and hind leg. Is she naturally maybe going to be just the densest one, or maybe not, as we get in behind them, but I still think there's a lot of feminine quality that we can associate with that one. The young lady's red heifer. I think one whose neck ties in very high to the top side of her shoulder. Like I mentioned, that one's sound structured and good in terms of his ankles. It'll be interesting to see how that one matures, because that one does study, I think, from behind, with just actually more natural thickness almost and pinwheel and some added shape, which I don't mind. But to be honest with you, maybe today she is getting just a little rounder in terms of her hip design, and I think that's going to be ultra critical. Like I said, I think both of these read with some quality, and depending on what kind of deal you got running at home, maybe one fits your operation better than the other. I think today the one that just fits me or gets the edge, young lady's black heifer will be your champion, young lady red heifer will be reserved. Let's give them a nice round of applause, please.
Grand champion female under 1 goes to Kinsey Nagel. Reserve champion McKenna Baldwin. Now we're ready for female over 1, under 2. Female over 1, under 2, breeding beef.
We'll talk to you later. Okay.
Tonight we have Bo Becker, Briar Hansen, Kirsten Kraft, Harper Nagel, Kinsey Nagel, Maddie Sheever, Rosalie Stevenson, Ashlyn Kesey, Keegan Turnbull, Kate Burshoe.
think that's why the day everybody
Well, a bigger class, the heifers relative to the single entries, but I think all these heifers represent some good. We're going to pick a champion and reserve out of this deal. I'm going to go on down the line and just talk to cattle as I see them and kind of tell you where my mind's at, or maybe some of the thoughts and questions that go through my brain. The young lady's kind of rowing heifer over here that she's circling. I think one that just in terms of feet length quality, young lady, there's some good to that. I like that one says gentle ankles and length of stride. You know, is that one maybe the most attractive in its look from the side? Probably not. You know, its neckties in a little lower. It's maybe not the same, just in terms of its rear ribbon flank. You know, ideally, that would be deeper than its chest. And so I think from a balance perspective, we could change that one, and maybe it just reads just a shot cleaner whenever we study it. But just in terms of utility and feet and leg quality, I certainly think there's some merit to that heifer. So congrats on that. Young man with the Highlander. You know, size-wise, where does this one fit maybe in the industry? And I think maybe that's a question mark there. Just studying the Highlander as an individual, that one's good in terms of its ankles, young man. I think levelness, the hooks to pins is good. The set to that one's hind leg is appropriate. So structurally, that one's still, I think, acceptable there. You know, obviously that one is more moderate, a little smaller, and so maybe that's the question mark, is where does that one fit in this kind of a lineup? But I still think there's some good that we can attribute to that particular heifer. Young lady's kind of Hereford marked heifer here. I think one that actually studies with some foot and bone and some natural thickness. I think that one's going to make a really, really big brood cow. And I like that about that young lady. You know, could that one be just freshened out? I think so. You study that one's chest and her bones right there next to her tailhead, and she's got some extra finish, or excuse me, extra condition. And so we can fresh her out, and I think that kind of correlates with her look from the side. Maybe she's not the fancy fronted one, but she is going to be, in my opinion, a real big, broody, practical kind of cow for you later on down the road. With the Baldy here next, I think one that, again, has some parts and pieces that you can certainly appreciate. So maybe some shape there on the top side of his body, some foot and bone size. You know, maybe when we step off and start studying that one from the side, you know, we can lengthen that one out of its front 1/3, and they can just maybe level her there from hooks to pins as we start to study it in terms of balance. But I still think that one's practical. I still think there's some good associated with that Baldy. The young lady, black heifer that we got next, kind of an interesting one that I like in terms of just being kind of moderate, deep-sided, and good body. Again, you know, that one's neck to tie in just a shot higher, ever so slightly, but that one's sound structured, that one's flexible. We can maybe lengthen that one out everywhere, because it's a bit more on the moderate side, depending on what kind of operation you have. I like her flesh value in relation to her body shape and depth of body. I think she'll be a real easy keep and easy doing female later on down the road. Young man's red heifer here, I think one that is very striking in its look there from the side. That one's chest in relation to its length, I think, is good. That one's kind of up-headed and long-fronted. And then we get that one on the move. I like the set of that one, shoulder, knee, and front foot. You know, that one does want to get up and it's going ever so slightly. We can relax it depending on where you have that in your list of priorities. I still think that one's got enough flex to the time leg. I wouldn't say it's the perfect maybe in terms of turn pass. It's kind of critical. Get in behind the cattle, and I like that one still in terms of its forehead shape and the width that it has in terms of its hip width and shape. And so I think there's some neat pieces on that one just from a balance and eye feel perspective, yet still one that has some good rib shape and some actual natural dimension and thickness when you get in behind the cattle. Young lady up next with her black heifer, you know, a little different because this one's kind of long and extended. I don't know if this one's just the roundest rib or the heaviest muscle. And again, where is that on our list of priorities for females? Probably lower, but I like that one from a length of stride kind of perspective. I think that one balances with some quality and some presence here from the side. Yeah, we can maybe make that one just bolder, maybe more dimensional there on the back side of the shoulder, but still I think a very, very high quality kind of a female. A young man that's at the end of the line here, from this one's shoulder back, I like this one a ton. I think this one's big body, big top, big hip, has some natural dimension, yet still it's feminine in terms of her muscle shape. She's good in the set to her hip and hind leg. And notice I said shoulder back, but we can change that one up front, young man. I do think that one just needs a little more open there at the point of her shoulder and maybe a little forward. And she is getting just a little deeper in terms of her chest and where she's at from a division standpoint. So we can freshen that one up, clean her up at the base of her chest. So man, from her shoulder back, that's a big body, kind of stout made effort that still has some flex to her hip and hind leg. So there's certainly some things there that we can appreciate on that particular effort. I'm going to put the mic down and get you a champion in reserve. If you guys would please just give him a nice round of applause here.
Grand champion, female over 102, goes to Kate Vershoot. Reserve champion goes to Kinsey Nagel. Into class now. Email over to McKenna Balducci, Maddie Foss, Kinsey Nagel, Maddie Sheever.
lots of cows here, and differences in terms of age, and so we kind of got them at different stages of production, with a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, and then 2 first calf heifers. And so I think that kind of throws an interesting maybe dealing to sort these for, because like I said, they're all kind of at different stages and maybe need to appear just slightly different relative to one another. We'll just talk as individuals. Young lady with her red cow, man, that thing's bruised. I mean, flesh stability, rib shape, natural width and dimension. It still balances, I think, really good from the side. If you study that one's chest in relation to her flank and how her neck ties in, her levelness of hip and her hind legs set, I still think that one balances. That's sound structured, awfully broody. And so I think there's some really neat pieces in that particular cow. Obviously, she's been good for you if you've kept her around this long. And the same can be said for the young lady's 7-year-old here. I think one that's awfully deep body, has some stoutness and some width, is very extended in front of her shoulder. Does her neck tie in maybe just as high to the top side of her shoulder? Maybe not. She maybe gets some extra set to her hog, which is still functional. Maybe not necessarily what that's worth, just in terms of her rear pastern and hind leg set. But man, being 7 years old, I still think has maintained her flesh and body shape awfully well. Young lady with her first calf heifer here, I think one that's very long body, extended, has some femininity in terms of her head and neck shape and how it ties into her shoulder. And I like that one just in terms of her balance. When you get in behind the cattle, and you got to understand she is a first calf heifer, so it's no surprise that maybe she's a little greener in terms of condition today. I do think she's probably just a little more snug right there in terms of her forehead. Maybe doesn't come with the same dimension on the backside of her shoulder. She is a first calf heifer, but I still probably like to see her just a bit bolder. Maybe I have to get on a 3/4 view, but I still think a very nice kind of a heifer there. Then you have the other first calf heifer here that I think in terms of balance and eye appeal certainly has a lot that you can like. I think that one just be very good in terms of top line integrity. That one's levelness of hip. The shape to its hind leg is good. Its extension is good. Relative to some older, more mature cows, yeah, it's no surprise maybe this one doesn't have as much to it. We got to also maybe consider this one is a first calf heifer. It still reads good, in my opinion, for where we're at in terms of flesh stability and body condition score, if you want to call it that. So I think there's a lot of positives there. Like I said, I think there's differences as we kind of work our way through these. I think all are very good in terms of feet length structure. I think all these I'm sure offer tremendous utility to the showman. So I think my hat's off to these 4 young people for bringing very, very good projects into the ring. The one that I just like the most and hit me the hardest be the young lady's red cow to be your champion, just in terms of being broody, big body, and still sound structured. I think it's a very interesting pair between the young lady in the orange shirt and the young lady here on the end. Obviously, those have some age differences, and so you kind of go back and forth. This one's stouter and has more natural dimension, big body, and it's kind of a proven cow, so it's hard to go wrong with that one. Man, this one's femininity and extension and balance and structural integrity, I think, read awfully good. So if you wanted to switch that pair, I probably wouldn't argue with you. So I think both of those are very, very good in their own right. I guess the one that maybe I lean to just for some extras, the young lady's first calf heifer here on the end will be your reserve. Let's give her a nice round of applause if you will.
Area champion, female over 2, goes to McKenna Balducci. Reserve champion, Kenzie Nagel. Now we will have female with calf, which is the same cow. Over just 3, Maddie Foss, Maddie Sheever, Kenzie Nagel, and McKenna Balducci.
I think this is kind of fun, man. I got to judge the cows and then the cows, and now we're bringing them back in and judging the pairs. And I think this is kind of fun because you'll notice in the calf division, I use this black heifer over the red one, and in the cows, I use the red cow. It makes it kind of fun in my perspective to see them as pairs, and so I like that they do this. We're going to talk them on down the line as pairs now that we have them in this kind of fashion. Young lady, I mentioned about your cow, maybe that one's just a little harsher in terms of condition for this kind of stage of the game. Well, it makes sense when you got a big old bull calf as the calf here. And I think this thing looks really good. I mean, in terms of just feet and leg structure, big hip, style, I mean, that looks like it's going to be a really, really good kind of a bull calf. And yeah, so we talked about that cow maybe needing this, that, and the other, but I think she's got a really good calf, so I think that makes her an awfully interesting kind of a pair there. Young lady, we talked to your cow in class. I think a nice kind of steer calf that we have. I think one that certainly reads with some growth potential, some muscularity on the top side of the skeleton, and when you step in behind, still big pin and has some shape down low. And so I think that's another really nice calf to go along with that cow there. And obviously we've talked both of these already. It certainly matches, or it makes sense. This heifer calf came out of this cow from a look and balance kind of perspective. Certainly matches mama in that fashion. And so there's traits that are being carried on that I think are very, very good. And yet that one still reads, I think, with some levelness and hip and correctness in terms of its hind leg. it makes sense that this one came out of this cow. I mean, in terms of stoutness and power and some natural dimension, I think this is a really, really nice pair. And so I did switch some things from calves to cows and everything else as we kind of bring them back and judge them as pairs. The one that still is maybe my favorite, best in terms of feet and leg quality, yet still having some natural thickness. Young lady, I like your red cow back there to be the champion. I do think it gets us, maybe a little closer, and like I said, depending on what your selection pressure is or what you're trying to do in your operation, I think you can go a few different ways. I already talked them kind of going down the line. There's one that for me certainly fits the bill from a balance and femininity kind of an aspect. It still reads good in terms of its feet and legs, and I think both cow and calf read that way. Young lady right here in front of me will be your reserve.
Grand champion female with calf goes to McKenna Balnuki. Reserve champion goes to Kenzie Nagel. Coming in the ring now, we have Bolt, 1 and under. We have Patty Voss, Brooke Scope.
Well, a nice pair of bull calves here that we have, and obviously just briefly talked about the young ladies in the last division, the cow calf here. I think a bull calf that breeds very, very good, just in terms of its angles, yet still being good body, good in terms of its rib shape, having some shape and spread on the top side of the skeleton. Yeah, you study that one from behind, there's still some muscularity. I thought that one read with a lot of positives. The young lady's kind of pink nose calf here, one that is very muscular. If you study along the edge of its loin, breeds with some square shape there, big thing. I think one that's going to be just a big, powerful kind of a bull. For where we're at right now, this was probably at kind of an awkward stage in life, if that makes sense to you, because I think he's got some extra brain, and maybe not the rig and body to kind of go with it right now. And so I think he's probably just kind of at an awkward point in his growth curve, if that makes sense to you. And so I think today the one that I gravitate to would be the young lady's black bull calf over to my right. Young lady directly in front of me, he'll be the reserve champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause, if you will, please.
Okay, we'll move to overall breeding champion. So in the ring, we need Abby Foss. Hold on, female under 1, we need Kenzie Nagel. Female over 1, under 2, we need Kate Tershue. Female over 2, McKenna Balducci. Female with calf, McKenna Balducci. Both 1 and under, Abby Foss.
more representations, good cattle in my opinion. And we've already talked most of these a couple of times, so I won't reiterate kind of what I've already said, other than I think these are good cattle. These showmen should be very pleasantly happy with the projects that they have, and moving forward as they get into their breeding programs back home. I think we got some good animals, some good livestock to work with here, so my hat's off to you for bringing some good ones to your fair this year. I like all these good deals, just in terms of fundamentals, and yet still having some extras. I think these ones were very, very good. As we come and try to select the champion, there was one that for me was good in terms of being leg quality, good body, well balanced, and just fundamentally bred correct. I thought this one came out of one of the toughest divisions of the day, and yet comes back and still looks the part like the young man's heifer directly here ahead of me to be your champion. We'll bring the speaking out of that class back into the ring. I'll take just another minute for reserve consideration, and then we'll get your reserve picked out. Well, we bring that second back from that particular division, and I'll tell you, I think fits right into the mix in terms of competition level. We talked to heifer in class, but this, I guess I will reiterate. That one's look and balance, I think, is awfully good. Pose a question mark on that one. To get a rear three-quarter view or step off and kind of study that heifer right on the backside of her shoulder. You know, does she just have the world's most kind of natural dimension and shape right there? Probably not. I still think that's a very sound structure, deep body, kind of just it looks like a low maintenance kind of a female in that regard. Yet still some practicality, and so that one fits in, I think, very, very easily in my mind. As we kind of start to analyze the rest of them, I think it's challenging, to be honest with you, because I think they're all just so different in what they're going to prove or provide to an operation. Obviously, with the cow-calf pair, that's later on, and so differences in terms of maturity and whatnot. And so, like I said earlier, depending on what your selection pressure is or what you're doing back home, that could change just a couple of these placings. The one that next best fits me is the one that came out of what I thought was the toughest division. Young lady directly ahead of me will be reserved.
Overall, grand champion breeding meet goes to Kate Bursu with his female over 1, under 2. Reserve champion breeding meet goes to Kenzie Nagel with her female over 1, under 2. We will now go to family men of 3 for breeding.
think this 10 to 3 deal is awfully neat. In my opinion, what it boils down to, or at least my kind of criteria, what I kind of picture is quality and consistency. How good are the cattle, and then how consistent are we as breeders in terms of what we're representing with the breed that we bring into this. And if we kind of go through that, I talked most of these cattle already, and so you hopefully at this point understand kind of what I think about it. But if we think about the criteria being high quality kind of cattle, and then having some consistency in our genetic lines, of course as breeders, if people are buying cattle from us, we want them to know that every time they come to us, they get a good kind of an animal or a good kind of livestock. So that's why the consistency piece fits in my mind. The one that, in my opinion, fits that bill awfully well. I think 3 good kind of cattle. Yeah, you can see some similarities between all 3 of them. This pin of 3 directly here ahead of me is going to be your champion. And then here on the far side, you guys will be the reserve. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you will, please.
Member in the 3, Grand Champion goes to Kinsey Nagel, Reserve Champion, Patty Sheeper. That concludes the breeding beef show. And then market beef will be at 5 o'clock, so we have a little bit of a break. We hope to see everybody back at 5 o'clock for the market beef show.
All right, good job, Lily.
You know, this is what I don't understand. I think there's a lot of I find it like that. There's people that grew up at a different time than you and I.
Yeah, when you thought that you were all in age paying $100 for bottled water.
No. Sure. over here, you know, we just pronounce it wrong. But I really like well, I would like to
We're about 20 minutes away from the Market Beef Show. We start the Market Beef Show at 5 o'clock. Exhibitors will be getting their steers ready in order to place. We will have the show genetics first, followed by the production genetics.
sleepy and chill from all the other countries. I put them down as soon as I got back. And she let me do it. She let me go away twice. You know, so like, okay, you know that I have to do it. No, fast, get fast, no. Okay, because I can get it in the shower. Because she fights it so bad, I was so scared. I get it with the doctors and stuff. I don't feel bad. Because I know she makes me feel bad, and then she doesn't have to feel better. Yes. I know that, yeah. Many
Just a few minutes away from the market beef show. Dippers. Please get your steers ready. First class will be mini market beef, followed by show units, followed by first class introduction. couple of announcements before we get started. We have a You Be the Judge contest going on. Now we're down to the only thing left is market beef. You can pick the winner and reserve the grand for market beef. It costs you $5. The cards are down here under the canopy. So if you want to try your hand at picking the grand champion, come down and we'll set you up. A couple other announcements. We had some water donated today by the Richland County Farm Bureau Federation. So there's some water over here. I'm not sure how much of that's left. We'll come out one day. So thank them. They'd also like to thank Blue Rock, Pepsi, providing some drinks for the exhibitors inside the farm there. So that's all to those community members for the program. Looks like it's about time to get started, so I'd like to welcome everybody to the 2026 Richland County Fair Market Beef Show. It's been kind of a warm day for us today, but we're getting through it. Got a little bit of breeze, it feels good right now, and it's starting to cool off a little bit, so bear with us, and we'll get started. The first class for the day is a mini market beef. So this is the first for the Richland County Fair. First mini market steer to be shown at the Richland County Fair. We have Claire Allen.
I think kind of a fun and unique way to get this steer show started, because I do think the mini division is maybe just a little unique, and I think it's kind of fun, and that is kind of increasing, at least the part of the country that I'm from. We've been seeing more and more of these mini cattle kind of show up and pop up at our state fair, different kind of events there. Young lady, if we just break yours down, I think there's some real positives to your project. You get your hands on them. There's some shape on the backside of that one shoulder and over its loin. For where we're at, being a terminal kind of a deal, I do think this one still reads just a little green in terms of back cover. Study visual indicators in terms of its chest and elbow pockets. Maybe I'd like to see that one fuller, just more mellow in terms of its finish. But I still think you've done a nice job. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause for her.
Congratulations to Sarah Ollie, who attended mini March meet. So we'll move into the market show. We have another first this year for Richland County Fair. We have two divisions in the market meat category. We have the show genetics, which is the first class in the ring, followed by the production genetics. So in the ring, we have Adeline Elbrew, Olivia Ryman, Brinley Denny, Miley Josephson, Sandra Ryman, Brinley McNally, Cree McNally, Mariah Bauer, Kinsley Van Everett. Flight 2, we'll get to the production today. This is the next class. You guys can get ready.
We're having a 9 3/4 birthday on Friday at 3:30. So if you want to come to the house, watch and take the house.
Well, I think, man, an awesome set of cattle here to get started on, and I like the fact that y'all have the show kind of division and the ranch raised cattle, because hey, they're two different types and kinds, but I think for being show cattle, these ones represent a tremendous amount of good, and I'm going to rank them through 5, and then award the rest ribbon colors and so on and so forth. I'm going to go through and talk each steer and just tell you kind of what I see in each of them. We'll just go on down the line. The young lady with her kind of black-billed smoky cap here, and that's a big, heavyweight, I think productive kind of a steer that has a lot of shape on the top side of his body, and behind his shoulder and over his ribbon loin. You know, for his kind of big frame and as tall as he is, and I wish he was just softer and bolder in the lower part of his body, so he just had more fill in terms of his rib plate. I don't know if that was maybe just as square in terms of his shape where it's fresh. I think it's that way, probably hard to just keep him super fresh on the backside of his shoulder, like the amount of volume muscle that he had. I think it change just how it's laid on to over his ribbon loin, but I think a very, very good calf. Young lady with the red and white steer. Man, this one's boxy and moderate, big body and deep-sided, and I like that wing spread and dimension and just three-dimensional shape that it works from his shoulder back over its hip. You know, does that one from the side maybe strike it just the hardest? I don't know. That one maybe a little rounder in terms of its hip design. Maybe just gets a shot later relative to a couple of them, but just nuts and bolts of that steer I think are really, really good. Young lady with her blade-based steer here, one that is very practical in terms of its feet and leg quality. I think it's a sound structure, loose spine kind of a calf. It still reads good in terms of depth of body and cover over its 12th and 13th rib. I think carcass-wise, that's going to be a really good kind of a steer. You know, if we get comparative, I don't know, young lady, if you get behind the cattle, if that one just has as much natural dimension or as much natural shape relative to a couple of them. But that one does strike me with some practicality. I think that's going to be an awfully good kind of a carcass steer. Young lady, the other kind of blade-based big calf.
Man, this thing's big top, stout feature, big footed, and I like those things a ton. You know, if we're going to change this one, it's getting some extra finish on it, good for me. I think maybe it's getting just past 12 o'clock from a finish kind of standpoint, and so we can peel that one back, and I think freshen it up. Now, I do think it has plenty of muscle to compensate for maybe a little extra finish. Just in a perfect world, I think we could pick that one up in his chest and extend it out of the front 1/3 of his body. Because that one does get a little boxy and moderate. I like that because he's so big back, but I think we could change him here when we study it from the side, if that makes sense to you. Young lady with the other black and white steer directly ahead of me now. Man, I like this one from the side. This is a good looking kind of show steer. That one's proportions and height to length ratio, I think are awesome. That one's necktie is incorrect. I think from the side, you can get really, really excited about this kind of a calf. You know, step in on a 3/4 view, and I wish that one tied in different from its shoulder into its foreleg. I wish that one just handled a little softer over its 12th and 13th rib, so we can be ultra confident on that one just complete. But man, I'll tell you, you can certainly get some good looks as I step around this side of that particular steer. Young lady with her kind of horse steer here, man, kind of an interesting guy. Long fronted, level top, good in terms of its levelness of hip. You step down on a 3/4 view, and that one's still got square shape coming out of the backside of the blade. It's good in terms of its upper pin set. You know, I like that steer a lot in that regard. Is it maybe the ESG biggest hit, biggest stifle steer in there? Probably not, but I like that one from a balance and eye feel. And I still think it's got the right kind of muscle. I still think it's got the right kind of finish as we handle over its 12th and 13th rib. So an interesting calf that sets in here. The kind of, smoky calf that we have next, man, just a power steer. This thing's big top. Young lady, this one probably is just the stoutest hip, biggest hip. It carries the most shape in terms of its lower quarter and stifle. Big in terms of its center body. And yet still good, I think, from a finish kind of perspective. If you were to change this one, you know, it's probably not just the smoothest there at the top of its neck. We could change that. I can live with that, to be honest with you. I wish perspective. I think there's a tremendous amount of muscle, finish, yet still I think that still has some balance. We can nitpick little things on that particular calf. Young lady's other black and white steer, and another one that from the side, I think you can get really, really excited about because it's long fronted and proportioned back, I think, exceptionally well. You know, similar to kind of what we talked about on the one previously, you know, from a finish perspective, could that one be just a little softer, just over its 12th and 13th rib? I think so. Could that one blend just a little different from its shoulder into its forehead? I would say so as well. But man, I think there's a tremendous amount of quality in that one. I think a very, very good project that the young lady brings in. And then the black steer here at the end, man, this one's stout, big-footed, deep-sided, and I like the spill in terms of its rear and length. Young lady, I like that steer a lot in those regards. But I get behind them, when we're studying on the rear 3/4 view, that one's starting to maybe lose some shape there on the backside of his shoulder. I don't study that one maybe just as square or as fresh as we get right up, but we get our hands on it. But I still think a very productive, big middle kind of calf that's stout and powerful. I certainly think in a market steer class, those things weigh pretty heavy in my mind. I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to shift their hands in the order that I see them from first to fifth. The rest of them will be receiving blue ribbons. For me, there's no red ribbons in this particular class. So I'll take the name of your champion and go on down to fifth. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause, if you will, please.
minutes.
The grand champion, market steer in the show genetics, goes to Creedy County. The third champion goes to Renfrew County. Okay, we're moving into the production genetics market steer show. Fight 2 will be coming into the ring. These steers weigh 1,000 to 1,246 pounds. Yeah, Billy Spoon on Hamburg. Aniston Spoon on Brooklyn Brown, Brandon Spinner, Chase Firewood, Lacey Hook, Hollis Worthford, Brooke Spinner, Lily Stimula.
range raised or production kind of cattle here. I think good cattle, and obviously being lighter weight, maybe we can run into some obstacles just in terms of finish or market readiness on a few of these calves, and we'll kind of discuss that as we work our way through. For me, there's two that just check the boxes in terms of muscle and finish. Kind of those first and foremost priorities, in my opinion, for market cattle. There's going to be two callbacks in this particular class. Young lady with her kind of blaze face steer up against the concrete there. I like that one a good deal, just in terms of kind of being a meat and potato steer, if you will. I don't know if he's the most attractive ahead of his shoulder, but just in terms of depth of body, muscularity, and cover, I think that one's very good in that regard. That's why you're going to be getting a callback for me. And then we kind of change sides here. Young man in the cowboy hat with his red cap. That one kind of surprised me, to be honest with you, when I got my hands on him, because he's square in his shape on the backside of his shoulder. He actually handles softer than I thought over his 12 to 13. So I think he's acceptable from a cover kind of perspective. You know, in a perfect world, that steer needs to be dropped in terms of his rear flank. And from behind, I don't know if he's just the most massive kind of steer, but I like his back shape. I like the fact that he still handles mellow over his 12 to 13. And then we kind of transition into some blue ribbons here as we talk through. The other young man in the cowboy hat here at the end is going to be a blue ribbon. There's some muscularity in that cap, some depth of body. For me, as we get kind of right in behind him, I'd like to see that one just bolder in the turn to its forward. That one gets a little more just kind of straight in terms of its hind leg set. I think a good kind of steer I can use just as a more added dimension as we kind of get in behind the cattle. Young lady in the pink shirt right here in front of me, that one's going to be a blue ribbon, just because I think that one has some muscle and some finish, and that's kind of where you fit in just in terms of ribbon color for me. Again, I'm going to sound probably like a broken record. We can open that one up, I think, just in terms of base fit, but I still think that's a very good kind of steer to be there as a blue ribbon. Young lady down here in the kind of lighter colored shirt that's directly ahead of me now, blue ribbon to her. I like that one in terms of its depth of body, young lady. I like that one because it has some shape there on the backside of his shoulder and some shape in terms of his quarter and stifle. And you take a step off and study him on the side or study him on the move. And I wish we could change the angle of that one's shoulder, and I wish we could change just that one's front end construction. I don't think they need to be pretty, but I think that one could take a longer, more comfortable stride up front for me to feel really confident about getting the purple. Nuts and bolts, I think, can very easily slide into that blue category for me. And then, young lady here at the end, blue ribbon to you. I actually think you do a nice job of getting this steer propped up here from the side, and that steer has some balance, some levelness at top line, level for moves to pins, and good in his hind leg set. Again, I think that one for me could just be fresher right there on the top side of his body, right behind his shoulder. He can just have more square shape as I get my hands on him, but I think very easily fit into the blue ribbon category. And then we do transition down to some red ribbons here. And young lady, I think this is a good kind of steer. That'll be kind of the theme as I talk the rest of them. And just from a finish perspective, that's all it is. I just wish this cat had a few more days on speed, because I think his feet and legs are good. I think that's a well-balanced kind of steer. That's good in terms of his top line. He's extended, he's good looking at his shoulder. There's some genuine positives. He's a little fair over his 12 to 13. I just wish that he had a few more days on speed. I think in order to be, for me to be confident that he's market ready, if that makes sense to you. And young lady, it's a very similar story. I like this steer from the side in terms of general angles, his levelness at top, his top line integrity when we're on the move. I think that's a practical kind of a steer in terms of speed plays. I don't think that's bad cattle at all. For me, he just handles a little there. He's just about to be there from a finish kind of perspective. And I'm maybe more concerned about what his quality grade would be, if that makes sense. But I still think that represents good time. Just one that needs more time. Same to be said for the young lady here. One that is long body, just a little sucked up in terms of its grade, getting up there in terms of its mellowness and finish. I wish that one maybe just had some more spread on the backside of the shoulder in terms of muscle. The young lady's done a nice job. That steer's extended. I can see there's some reasons there, but I can think that steer's the project. And again, just from a finish perspective, I want to modify that one ever so slightly. And then young lady here, a very similar story. One that's good in terms of its line. That one's long fronted and extended. Just wish that one was mellower. Could probably use it a few more days on me. Again, for me to be super confident that one's going to roll into that choice kind of category when we get into the quality grade section there. Let's put our hands together. I think a nice set of cattle we get started on. We'll have these young people like
Callback from flag 2 of production. The next goes to Lacey Huckey, Brooke Skinner. Moving to flight 3, we have Summer Lane, Bo Becker, Brooke Scove, TJ Gurman, Aspen Nagel, Wiley Winter, Gavin Cheever, Allie Ambo, Tucker Madison. The weight range on flight 3 is 1,261 pounds to 1,309 pounds.
about the outdoor. His daughter works at she didn't get it. I actually had over here a big weekend.
Well, another nice class of steers here. I'm going to have 3 callbacks or 3 purple ribbons in this deal. For me, the first point is going to be the young lady here at the end. I like that one a ton, just in terms of being fresh and its muscle shape. That was very dimensional there as we get on the backside of his shoulder. It's still big in terms of its quarter and lower stifle shape. Good body kind of calf, good balances. It'll be interesting as we get him back in that final ride. So that one maybe match in terms of rear ribbon flank and just overall weight and dimension. That's kind of the question mark as I think we get him into some competition with some heavier weight kind of cattle. But I think for where we're at, I think that's a good kind of a steer, young lady. Congratulations to you on that one. I'm going to move down here just a little bit. Young man in the red shirt with this kind of rat-tailed steer. And I like that one. That to me is a very productive kind of a steer. Big middle, good in terms of its shape, good in terms of its shape of getting behind the cattle. And so there's some genuine positives that we can associate with that steer. And so I like that one a good deal. Young man, congratulations to you on a purple ribbon. Young lady directly here in front of me now is also going to be receiving a purple ribbon. And that's a big middle, easy feeding, very practical in terms of its look. I wish maybe the question mark here was, did that one have enough shape right there on the backside of his shoulder? As we get in kind of on a 3/4 view here, this big middle, and maybe just doesn't match in terms of pin width and top shape, but you can keep your hands on him, and I still think that one reasons enough for me to get a purple ribbon. Both these steers are good in terms of finish, so I think both of those fit the bill for me awfully well. And then we transition into our blue ribbons here. I'm actually going to talk to this young man right here directly in front of me with his black nose steer. Young man, I thought you were really close because, man, I can get some really, really good looks in this calf. Deep-sided, big hip, stout, long body, and it's some production value. I think that we can correlate and associate with this steer. Oh, why does he not get a purple ribbon, you may ask? Man, when I got my hands on him, I wish he was just fresher in terms of his shape up high. His spine is starting to creep up, and we're losing some of that shape on the backside of his shoulder. I wish he was fresher and just bolder and more dimensional right there behind his shoulder for me to get real confident and put him into that purple ribbon category. You fit very, very well and very easily into the blues for me. Congratulations to you, young man, on a blue ribbon. Young man down here with the cowboy hat that's taking this steer for a lap. This one's going to be a blue ribbon. For me, another very practical kind of steer. Has some next to body, easy feeding look. That one's good in terms of cover. I think the steer that's going to be good in terms of carcass quality. I think relative to what we're keeping back with some of those purple ribbons, I don't know if I just stuck the same natural dimension, same natural thickness kind of all the way through on that steer. So that's what drops him just here for me. But I still think a very good kind of steer nonetheless. Young lady in the blue shirt. This steer is also going to be getting a blue ribbon. And then the question mark on this one is, does it have enough in terms of muscle? I think that one actually handles with some cover. I think you've done a good job feeding that steer and getting it to a market ready kind of standpoint. I want to see this more shape, more turn to its forward in order to really feel confident, but still a blue ribbon in that regard. Same can be said for the young man directly here in front of me. I still think this steer is going to grade well from just a finish kind of perspective. It needs just more body shape, more natural kind of dimension and thickness. But young man, congratulations to you. Young man with the cowboy hat here. And this steer is productive. He's wide, big body, big top, big hip. So why is he not a purple ribbon, you may ask? Because that's kind of the description I've been given. For me, he's just too moderate in his time. And you can be a different judge. That's okay with kind of more moderate cattle. For me, he's probably just crosses the line. He's a little shorter, a little more boxy. And I'd like to change his structure up front. And he's a little twisted on his front feet. And we can lay his shoulder into him a little different. So that's why you get dropped down to your blue ribbon. You've done a good job feeding this here, good man. There's reasons why you would have picked him as a project, because he's wide, a good body, so there's real value there. I'd like to see this more growth getting correlated to his maturity patterns and frame size, and I'd like to change him up front if that makes sense to you. But a job well done. Congratulations to you on a blue ribbon. Young lady, that's kind of what we'll end on here. This one does handle with some finish over 12 to 13, and I wish he had more fuel today. He is relatively, especially the one we just talked. taller and longer body. If we get behind the cattle and maybe question, does this one have just enough muscularity from a yield rate kind of perspective? And that's kind of my concern right here. Where is he going to land in terms of yield rate for muscle? If that makes sense to you. So for me, I'm probably more comfortable just with the red brain deal, just from a muscularity standpoint. I still think that's good kind of cattle in terms of feet and legs and practicality. And I wish he just had a shot more shape. Congratulations to you, young lady. Let's give this group, I know they're already leaving, a nice round of applause.
Callbacks from Flight 3, Bo Becker, Brooks Sco, Aspen Nagel. Coming into the ring, Flight 4, weighing 1,313 pounds to 1,352 pounds. We have Lander Munson, Jolie Klemple, Macy Starks, Oliver Becker, Hitch Horsberg, Owen Vick, Brady Klemple, Jude Faulkner, Gunnar Forbes. Don't forget about you being the judge. We have a judge contest down here. We want to pick the grand champion, overall grand champion. $5.
been another really, really good kind of class, and honestly, I think the top end, there's some really good kind of cattle in as you work your way through. I think good parts and pieces on each steer the exhibitors bring. For me, there's actually going to be 4 callbacks, which is the most of what we've done so far today. Young man with the cowboy hat right here directly in front of me. To me, that's just a good fast steer. That's just what he is. Could we probably peel back and take ourselves on the path? Probably. I still think he's right because I think he's got enough kind of shape to complement kind of finish that he has. His depth of body reads good. I think that's a sound structure, good kind of a fast steer. Yeah, we may get a little better just a shot of pressure from a composition standpoint, but I still think his muscle is good, his depth of body is good, and I certainly think that's a safe kind of grading option. That's why you're going to get a purple ribbon today. Young man that's directly behind him in the glasses. Another good kind of a steer that I think fits the same kind of mold in terms of depth of body. I like that steer just from a kind of practical kind of standpoint. He has shape on the top side, the spread on the back side of his shoulder. It's still good in terms of cover. He gets a little weak ever so slightly in terms of his top line. Maybe just doesn't want to balance in terms of his shoulder back, if that makes sense to you. But still a very practical kind of a steer just in terms of nuts and bolts. I think it's going to be a really good carcass calf later on. Young man red steer. I like this one. Coming into the ring, I thought this was a good kind of steer. Very fresh in terms of the shape on the top side. The skeleton, I think that's going to be a good yield rating kind of a steer because he's got the right amount of finish in my perspective, the combination of muscle shape that he has. For me, every so often, he wants to bring maybe just a shot where it pulls up in terms of base width, maybe relative to a couple. But I like that steer for being sound structure, muscular, good in terms of his rib shape. I think that was very, very practical in my opinion. Congratulations to you, young man, on the purple ribbon. And then young man in the cowboy hat with the kind of navy blue shirt, another just good kind of fat steer in my opinion. Big top, big ended, sound in terms of his structure. Maybe not just the most elegant, maybe ahead of his shoulder relative to some, but I still think that steer has some balance and some pieces of quality you're putting aside. I think that's still a good body, muscular calf. That's why you get a purple ribbon. Congratulations to you, young man. We transition next to one ribbons here. Young lady, you've done a good job maintaining that calf. I know the spook was coming in, a lot of distractions and everything else. But you fit into the blue ribbon category very easily for me. I think that steer is right in terms of his muscle and finish for a blue ribbon. You know why he doesn't get a purple? I'll step in behind him. For me, he gets a little flatter. Just in terms of his forearm on the back side of his shoulder, he gets maybe just a little cleaner in his look there from the side. And we study him in terms of balance and eye appeal, but I still think those are kind of aesthetic things. That's why you fit very easily into the blue ribbon category for me. We're moving around just a little bit, but stay with me here. Young man with the hat on the far end. That's a blue ribbon steer. Depth of body is excellent. That was obviously converted feed very efficiently. For me, probably too far. And that one just from a finish in relation to the muscle that he has, I question that one maybe from a yield rate perspective. When we get him all railed, you could say maybe he'll be enforced, but studying in terms of his chest and muscles and get your hands on him, I just think we maybe got just a little extra finish on that one in relation to the muscle shape that he's working with. So that one for me, it's a blue ribbon because of that. Young lady directly behind him, probably just needs more pride, more bulk, more mass when we study that steer from shoulder to hip. I wish that one was just more in terms of his range, softer and rear length. I think the amount of finish that he has is correct. He's got some shape. That's why you fit into that blue ribbon category for me. Young man with the blue shirt and the other black steer. Another one that I think is good in terms of depth of body. For me, I just wish that one just gave us some more shape out of the back side of his shoulder. But man, congratulations to you. Young man right here directly in front of me with this kind of white face, cream colored cap. This one is really big for him. It's tall and long body. There's some growth potential in that. And for where we're at as an industry, I don't think growth is a bad thing. For me, I wish this one complemented his added frame size with more mass and more muscle. And so I maybe push that one from a yield grade perspective in terms of muscularity. If we get right in behind the cattle, that's why you're dropping into that red ribbon category. It's just a yield grade concern on my part. Like I said, there's some growth in that steer. You've done a good job with that cat. Just wish there was just a little more to it. If that makes sense in terms of that. Congratulations to you, young man. Good job with that.
Callback from Flight 4, Lander Munson. Oliver Becker, Itch Horsberg, counter 4. Coming into the ring now, Mike 5, 1,355 to 1,389 pounds. We have Molly Alvin, McKenna Sparks, Wade Marshall, Trent Ambo, Clancy Marshall, Kinty Nagel, Daniel Carlson, Mark Sondino, Shay Severson.
Well, I think another really nice kind of class, and to be honest with you, I think there's several steers in here that for me are kind of right on the tier, whether they get a purple or maybe they land in blue, just based on muscularity and fresh shape up high. And so I think that makes sense as we start to break them down here. The first one that's going to be a callback is the young lady in the blue shirt directly ahead of me. That's just a big body, dimensional, opened up, productive kind of a steer. Maybe if we could clean him out there at the base of his chest and drop him his flank one on the move, I think that one for me, because he's opened up, good body, practical kind of a fast steer. Congratulations to you, young lady, on that particular steer. Young man directly behind her, I like this. Just from a muscularity kind of perspective, that thing big top, very dimensional as we step in behind the cattle and study it in terms of pigment, lower quarter, and stifle shape. And yet, I still think it's out and go with enough flex and range of motion to be practical. Again, you see this smoke up and out there in terms of the struggle and turn? Probably not, but I still like that steer. Good deal, just from a muscularity and a finish kind of perspective, if you will. Young man with the cowboy hat will be the third and final callback in this one. And that to me was kind of the question mark. And do you land blue or purple? I like this steer's balance and eye appeal and structure. I think build is very good. Depth of body reads right. You know, in terms of just overall muscularity, that's where maybe I'm on the edge, because we could be better just in terms of our lower quarter and stifle shape. We could probably be just a bit pressure right there on the backside of our shoulder. I say he has enough, because I still think he's good and square over his loin edge, and I think that steer's going to be a very good kind of carcass animal. So that's why you get a purple ribbon. Young man, congratulations to you on a job well done. Young lady, you got it again. Is another one that was kind of in consideration for me. Young lady, you do end up with a blue ribbon today. I think this is a good kind of steer. What maybe puts him into the blue? I want to set him back in terms of the angle of his shoulder, knee, and front foot. They change him in that regard. He gets just a little tight in terms of his rear flank and a little shorter out of his hip. I still think from a composition perspective, you've done a really good job managing that steer, feeding that steer correctly. So congratulations to you on a blue ribbon. Young lady with her kind of cream-colored calf here is going to be receiving a blue, kind of a large-scale, growthy kind of a steer that I still think handles right. And in terms of its finish over 12 to 13, long body kind of a calf that has some production value. Get your hands on him, and then I just wish he was fresher, young lady, right there on the backside of his shoulder. His spine is starting to creep up, and we're losing some shape right there. So I just want to see him as more dimensional, especially when we get him on that three-quarter view. But young lady, congratulations to you on a blue ribbon. Young man at the cowboy hat is going to also be receiving a blue ribbon, and then just a practical kind of meat and potato steer, if you will. This steer has some rib shape, there's some muscularity there. And just when you step off and take a look at it from the side, this steer wants to get just a little more forward in the angle of his shoulder, maybe a little tighter just in terms of his flank. I don't know if that one balances relative to some of the ones that we've kept back, but I still think he's done a good job managing that steer in terms of feed. Young man, congratulations to you on a blue ribbon. Young lady, man, I like this steer from the side. I'm getting a good look at it right now. I think that's a well-presented kind of a steer that's level top, good in terms of its hip and hind leg design, and it's just when I get behind the cattle, we got to just have some more pride, some more face width, and just more rib shape associated with that kind of calf. Young lady, you've done a really, really nice job out here. Congratulations to you. Young man, I thought, man, this steer is really close, to be honest with you, just from a blue and red kind of perspective. He's kind of one of those taller frame, longer body steers that need more just genuine rib shape and mass, probably. And so that's, I think there's some judges that are going to put you into that red ribbon category just to let you know. For me, I think he's got enough. If we study in terms of his quarter and stifle shape and the back cover that he has, I think there's a chance that steer grade is acceptable. I still think he gets into that low choice category from a finish perspective. I don't think he's going to be a yield grade 4. That's why you slide into that blue ribbon. I will tell you, this steer probably just needs more to complement his frame size. But young man, congratulations to you. And then young man that rounds us out, and just in terms of back shape, this thing's very, very good. I mean, broad and dimensional when you get your hands on it. Very good in terms of his shape. And I just wish we could change that steer when we study it from the side and just get a little rounder on either end of his body. And so structurally, we can just extend him and change him ever so slightly. But young man, congratulations to you on blue ribbon.
Womack from Flight 5. Quade Marshall, Kinsey Nagel, Mark Sondino. Flight 6, 1,393 to 1,435 pounds. Brianna Huber, Kirsten Kraft, Brian England, Ryder Hansen, Shelby Reese, Kendall Beck, Harley Gore, Brody Swider, Elise Winter.
With another good kind of a class here, you're going to have 3 callbacks in this one. And then again, maybe a couple of steers that are right there on the edge in my mind, and hopefully understand kind of where I'm at or why I did what I did after we described them here. The first callback is going to be the young man with his red steer directly in front of me, just in terms of kind of fundamentals. That steer's big-footed, opened up, fit body, muscular, and it still gets out and goes. It was some flexibility. I like that steer a good deal. Congratulations to you, young man, on a purple ribbon. Good lady directly behind it with the black steer. To me, this is just a very practical kind of fast steer. He's deep body, he's well finished, he fed him well. And could he be just a shot fresher? Yes, on the backside of his shoulder, we can probably, just to take the fat off of him actually, in my opinion. I think he's got enough square shape working out of the backside of his shoulder and over his loin and into his hip. He can still read very complete and a safe grading option in my mind in terms of quality. So I like that steer just for its added practicality in that regard. Young lady here on the end in the purple, not my favorite steer, to be honest with you, young lady, from a balance and eye feel kind of perspective. When you get your hands on him, that thing is really, really big in terms of its shape up high. I think that's going to be an awfully good grading steer because he's got good back cover. He's got a tremendous amount of shape working over his rib and loin. He gets a little rounder in terms of his hip. Probably doesn't navigate out of his hind leg as most people would say is ideal. Young lady, I think in terms of muscularity and finish, just those fundamental pieces, I like that steer a good deal. And then we drop into the red category, not red, blue. My bad. The young man directly in front of me was one of those that was kind of teetering because when from behind, that's a big hitch kind of a calf. Very good in terms of its quarter and stifle shape. That thing's awesome. In terms of its fresh shape on the top side of its skeleton, very square on the back side of its shoulder. Young man, it's when I take a step off and study it from the side. And I wish that one was just deeper and softer in terms of its center body and rear flank. That one for me just gets a little hollow in that regard. I wish that one just came softer and just softer in terms of its middle and center body and rear flank. But young man, you've done an excellent job keeping that one very fresh. Just a little too hollow for me today. But I think a job well done to you on a blue ribbon. Young man with his red steer, I thought this one was close because it's practical and in terms of its feet leg quality, yet the body rear right. So we get in behind the calf, we're starting him on a rear 3/4 view. I don't know if this one's just got as much maybe natural dimension natural thickness kind of working throughout. Don't know if that was a square in terms of its shape up high, or this was opened up in terms of actual pin width and base width to the ground. The young man, you've done a good job. Congratulations to you. Young lady with kind of high-headed black steer directly in front of me. Another kind of calf that's got some shape and got some finish. I think fundamentally that one's going to go to the rail with some value and work kind of both sides of the grid there. And just from a balance perspective, I think that one just gets a little deeper in terms of its chest relative to its flank. That one wants to taper ever so slightly just in terms of mid width. The young lady, congratulations to you on a job well done and a well-deserved blue ribbon. Young lady, very similar kind of a story. Okay. Another kind of a calf that from a balance and eye feel perspective, that one's long fronted, long bodied. I like that one in terms of its feet and legs. That question there is, as we get in behind the cattle or on that initial view, does that one just have enough natural thickness and dimension working kind of throughout from the shoulder back? And that's why I get into that blue ribbon category. I still think a very, very good job on a steer, a steer project. Congratulations to you, young lady. Another steer that's very interesting in my mind, deep body, good in terms of finish, and just from a kind of structure and balance kind of standpoint, that one maybe just wants to get rocked forward in the angle of its shoulder. I think its neck ties in just a little lower. Want to change that one in its front end construction. So young lady, I think nuts and bolts, and when we get that one on the rail, it's still going to be very, very good. Congratulations to you on the blue ribbon. I need to drink some water. It's getting hot out here or something. And then we're left with the kind of spotted up roan calf here at the end. And young lady, I wish that this one just had more body and more kind of natural thickness. I think from a grading perspective, I think it's more than good in terms of finish. I'm not concerned at all in that regard. If we get our hands on it, does that one have enough shape and muscularity to complement the finish that it has from a yield grade perspective? That's kind of where you got to draw your line. I think it does. And when we handle over its loin, it's square in there. It's still got some shape in its quarter and stifle. So I still think that steer from a grading perspective is going to be acceptable. So you got to stick right there in the blue ribbon category. Young lady, congratulations to you on a job well done. Let's give them a nice round of applause here at the end.
Callbacks from fight 6, I'm sorry. Trey Leland, Shelby Reese, Elise Winter. Coming into the ring, fight 7, 1,442 to 1,488 pounds. Cy Sarda, Felix Becker, Bradley Pruitt, Addison Foss, Kate Vershew, Hazen Foss, David Sarda, Peyton Deneau, Danica Deneau, McKenna Bolducki.
How you doing? Staying hydrated? It's hilarious because it's kind of little